Chapter 1143. Then inform the governors of these two towns to arrange for the citizens of the Messenian kingdom to come to Talii as soon as possible and discuss how to rebuild Messenia together in the palace. Lord Lysias, you are in charge of this. Although Lysias was against Dionia's involvement in the war in Greece, he did not dare to disobey the Devers' orders. He reluctantly replied, "Yes." The Devers looked at him, then turned to another person who had remained silent until now. "Prosus, you are the kingdom's ever-victorious general and born in Agos. You should be more familiar with Sparta. Do you have any suggestions for the kingdom's next military operation?" Leotychides was a little surprised. Then his expression became indifferent. He said, "Your Majesty, I have no objections." In the Devers' impression, although Prosus was a man of few words, when it came to military matters, he would become talkative and insightful. Today was a little unusual. The Devers looked at him again and said, "After the meeting, you have to discuss it with the Ministry of Military Affairs. This time, you will be the commander of the army in Greece." Alexis and the other generals were not surprised to hear this appointment. Since His Majesty the Devers had designated the First Legion to go to Greece, then Prosus, as the head of the First Legion, was definitely the best candidate to be the commander. In the current Dionysian army, Alexis was the only one who could surpass Prosus in terms of military achievements, qualifications, and ability to command multiple legions. However, as the Minister of Military Affairs, it was usually impossible for him to personally participate in the battle. As for Amyntas, not to mention that he was now retired, the Turan people had a lot of complaints about him for the past few years. This was because the First Legion he led had suffered too many casualties during the war in the Western Mediterranean. As for the rising stars in the army, such as Patroclus, Sextus, and the others, they all had important responsibilities. Moreover, the First Legion was also in the army, so it was impossible for them to be the commander. The ministers present all felt that this appointment was a matter of course, but Leotychides hesitated for a moment before replying, "Yes." The Devers looked at him again and stood up. His deep eyes slowly swept across everyone's faces. With a serious expression, he said, "Everyone, since we've made it clear that we're going to Greece, regardless of whether you have any objections or not, and regardless of how the war in Greece will develop, you must gather all of your strength and work together to prepare for this significant expedition." "Yes, Your Majesty." After all the ministers had left, Diphos summoned Aristyras, the head of the intelligence department. After Diphos took advantage of that great dispute to reform the Senate and completely strip the power to make decisions from the Senate, he soon established a new intelligence department of the kingdom. Aristyras, who used to work for him in secret, was now working openly. His highest position was the head of the intelligence department, which was the highest among the middle-level officials. He did not become a high-ranking official. This was also a small compromise that Diphos made with the other ministers. "Did anything happen to Prososus recently?" the Devers asked in a seemingly casual manner. Aristyras thought for a moment and replied, "Lord Prososus is the same as before. His life is regular and monotonous. There's nothing unusual. His family is also very peaceful." The Devers tapped on the table with his fingers. Recalling the scene of the meeting just now, Prososus was obviously a little absent-minded. It was the first time the Devers had seen this kind of situation from the ever-victorious general. Send a few more people to observe him more carefully in the coming days. It's best if they can find out about his diet, sleep, and so on. "Yes, Your Majesty. I'll arrange it right away." Aristyras immediately responded, "We're going to Greece soon. We can't afford any mistakes." The Devers muttered to himself. He then looked up at Aristyras and asked, "Is there any report on the situation of the army at the border?" "Yes." Aristyras was already prepared. He immediately took out 2 papyrus rolls from his pocket. One of them was obviously much thicker. The Devers took the thick papyrus roll first. He did not open it immediately. Instead, he asked, "Is this from the Periver region?" After the conquest of Mountain Gaul, the kingdom of Dionia established the middle reaches of the Periver region here. "Yes." The Devers opened it with great interest. It was written in the same style as before. Not only did it record the daily actions of Hasdrubal and the main officers of the border army, the movements of the army, but also recorded the consumption and changes of food supplies. There is even a detailed description of the local customs of the Ligurian region that the army passed through. In addition, there are also some opinions on defending and counterattacking the Ligurian tribes, as well as some suggestions on how to better deal with the Ligurians and further assimilate them. From the standpoint of surveillance and providing information, the recorder was obviously unqualified. However, the information he submitted was of great value to the Devers. That was why the Devers stopped Aristyras from trying to force him to change his ways. I remember that the person who provided this information is called Maximus. He's from Rome, and he used to be the city magistrate of Rome. The Devers carefully rolled up the papyrus roll. He became an official citizen of Dionia last year, right? What's his current position in the border army of the Periver? Your Majesty, it was with your special permission that he became an official citizen last year. He's now the logistics officer of the border army, and he's deeply trusted by Hasdrubal. Logistics officer, that's quite a high position in the army. The Devers looked down at the papyrus roll and muttered, "It's a waste of talent for a person like this to be just an ordinary member of the intelligence department. I think we should find someone to replace him after the Ligurian rebellion is quelled. I have other plans for him." Your Majesty, Aristyras quickly bowed. The intelligence department is newly established, and we're in desperate need of someone like Maximus who has profound knowledge and can organize things. If that's the case, the Devers pondered for a moment before saying, "Then transfer him back as soon as possible. He'll help you reorganize, plan, and manage the intelligence department properly. After all, the intelligence department is now the official administrative department of the kingdom, and we need to maintain a proper image. I don't want the Ministry of Supervision to complain about you all every day." "Understood, Your Majesty." Aristyras bowed again, his back breaking out in cold sweat. After Aristyras left, Henneborus walked into the meeting hall and saw the Devers with his hands behind his back, staring at the map of the Mediterranean Sea on the wall. "Your Majesty, I'm here," he said softly. The Devers did not turn around and said slowly, "Herney, how many years has it been since Croto left Turris?" Henneborus's heart skipped a beat. "I remember it was in the 14th year of the kingdom, Your Majesty. You led the army north to attack Rome, and His Highness Croto followed. He's been staying in Rome ever since, and it's been 13 years now. It's been a long time since he left Turris." "Yes, it's been a long time." The Devers sighed softly, turned around, and said meaningfully, "Although he's done a good job in Rome, and has been the governor of Rome for almost 3 years, he's been away from Turris for too long. It's easy for people to forget him." Henneborus's eyelids twitched. He couldn't help but recall what Ansitanos had said here. He immediately stood solemnly and remained silent. "Right," the Devers said. "Yes." Henneborus immediately sat down in front of the wooden table and quickly picked up a pen and paper. "Give orders to the assistant ministers. Tell them that Crotocatax has been away from Turris for many years, and Princess Christoia has fallen ill from longing for him. Therefore, she has allowed him to retire in advance and return to Turris to serve her mother. The successor of the governor of Rome will be discussed and decided by them." As soon as the Devers finished dictating, Henneborus had finished writing and was about to hand the order to the Devers. However, the Devers said, "Give them another order. Tell them that I've approved Ansitanos' resignation as the foreign minister. The successor will be Topyrus. I hope they can complete the handover as soon as possible to avoid affecting the next military operation against Sparta." Henneborus's hand that was holding the pen trembled slightly. After a moment, he replied softly, "Your Majesty, it's done." When Leotychides came out of the Ministry of Military Affairs and embarked on his way home, it was already dusk. In the beginning, Leotychides' home was in the port area of Turris. Later, when he became a soldier of the legion and became a citizen of Dionia, most of the land he received was concentrated in Cremissa, so he built a house there. However, He rarely lived there because he was already the commander of the 8th Legion at that time and stayed in the military camp of Catania all year round. Later, when he entered the Senate and with his brilliant military exploits, the kingdom granted him a residential area in the eastern outer city of Turis, not far from the Temple of Hera. Since then, his family had lived there. Most of the senators who lived in the inner city, because they were close to the Great Assembly Hall and the Victory Square, walked home. Most of the senators who lived in the outer city, because the distance was longer and in order to avoid being disturbed by passers-by, went home in palanquins. Only a few of them chose to ride horses, which were reported to and approved by the city guard. Leoticides was one of them, and he was accompanied by 4 attendants on horseback to keep him safe. Chapter 1144. In the early years of the kingdom, the senators went to the Senate and various departments to attend meetings and deal with political affairs every day, often bringing only 1 or 2 servants. Later, there were several incidents of pedestrians harassing the senators, forcing the senators to bring guards with them every day to avoid accidents. According to the law, slaves were not allowed to carry weapons, and freedmen who carried weapons on the streets in Turin would be strictly checked and interrogated by the inspection team. Only citizens were relatively lenient, so a special industry was born in Turin, the senator's guard. In fact, some wealthy merchants and officials also hired guards. To establish a guard company, not only did one have to obtain a business permit from the commercial department, but they also had to obtain the approval of the Tali inspection office. Furthermore, it had to be supervised by the Tali military camp. As the majority of the guards were soldiers from the Legion or the reserve forces, it had to be well coordinated with the military training in the military camp. Therefore, it was often funded by retired team officers from the Legion, and, at the same time, it also solved the livelihood problems of some injured retired soldiers, so it was also supported by the military department. When Leotychides passed through the east gate of the inner city, the city guards respectfully saluted the famous military commander of the kingdom. Leotychides' mansion was located on the side of a relatively lively street. It was a typical double-story house in the shape of a Japanese that was most often built by the rich in Dionia. There were several shops on the street side of the mansion that were rented out to vendors. A servant stood at the main entrance with a big yellow dog on a leash, staring at the door like a tiger watching its prey. Passers-by did not dare to linger for long. But when Leotychides arrived at the door, the fierce-looking dog wagged its tail and pounced on him excitedly, licking and rubbing against him. Leotychides patted the dog's head hard, and the big dog immediately quieted down. Then, Leotychides strode into the mansion. The mansion looked decent from the outside, but it was simple and crude from the inside. The surrounding corridors were not covered with mosaic flooring, and there was no pond or statue in the center of the front courtyard. There was also no garden in the backyard, and there was no kiosk in the middle for chatting and drinking. Instead, the front and back courtyards were completely connected, forming a large muddy playground in the middle. On one side of the field, his youngest son, who was 7 years old, was practicing riding. On the other side, his oldest son, who was 17 years old, was practicing fighting skills with a servant with a sword and shield. Leotychides originally had 3 children, but his second daughter died a few years after she was born. His wife sat on a veranda beside the sports field and watched. 2 dogs lay at her feet. The dogs, who were originally sleepy, suddenly stood up and ran toward the door. Hearing their excited cries, the wife realized that her husband had returned home. She immediately greeted him. "Why are you back so late today?" The Ministry of Military Affairs has important matters to discuss. As Leotychides spoke, he tore off Bolton's coat and shouted towards the field, "Tiltotus, I'll practice with you." "All right." The eldest son, Tiltotus, stopped attacking and replied loudly, "Father, I won't admit defeat so easily this time." Leotychides strode into the field, took the wooden shield and sword from the slaves, got into position, and said in a deep voice, "Come on." Seeing the father and son fighting on the field, Regina revealed a puzzled expression. Having lived with Leotychides for so many years, she could feel that her husband was a little excited. This was too rare, and she could not help but feel puzzled. What happened? At this moment, the youngest son, Pagondas, dismounted and quickly ran to the side of the field. He picked up a jug of water and gulped it down. Regina hurriedly said, "Pagondas, don't drink too much. It's not good for your health. I soaked a big watermelon in the well. I'll cut it for you later to quench your thirst." The decoration of Leotychides' residence was very simple, unlike the residence of an elder. The only extravagant thing was that Regina had spent a lot of money to hire someone to dig a private well at the beginning of the house. The bottom of the well was relatively deep, and the water was bone-chilling. Usually, it was used to keep vegetables and fruits fresh. Oh, Pagondas obediently put down the jug of water and sat on the ground, watching his father and brother fight. Regina pulled him up and kicked him hard in the butt. "Look at you, you're all sweaty. Hurry up and take a bath." After driving the youngest son away, Regina shouted to the two female slaves beside her, "It's going to be dark soon. Don't just stand there. Go to the kitchen and tell them to get dinner ready as soon as possible." 20 years had passed, and even though Leotychides had already entered the upper echelons of the kingdom and had a noble status, the broody Regina's shrewish temper was still the same. At the dining table, when Rufina asked again, "What happened today?" "His Majesty has decided to support the Thebes and send troops to the Peloponnese to attack Sparta. I will be the commander of this expedition army." Leotychides finally put down the ox bone in his hand and said with a serious expression, "His Majesty has decided to support the Thebes and send troops to the Peloponnese to attack Sparta." "Father, you're going to lead an army to conquer Sparta?" the youngest son exclaimed. His eldest son, Tiltotus, was also shocked. In the past, Leotychides did not spend much time at home. Every time he did, he would either train them or tell them stories after training. Most of the stories were about the legends and heroes of Sparta. He hoped that the children would gradually develop a sense of admiration for Sparta. However, the effect was not very obvious. The children were more eager to defeat Sparta, the treacherous villain. After all, they spent more time in school. Although Regina was careless, she was actually very smart. When she first got married, she was completely unfamiliar with the affairs of Greece. But after so many years, she had some understanding of Greece. Her husband was from Argos, so he should hate Sparta. However, he did not do so in his daily life, which made her feel puzzled. But since Leotychides did not say anything, she did not take the initiative to ask. But now, she could not help but ask, "You didn't accept the appointment, did you?" "Of course I did." Leotychides looked at his wife and seemed to understand what she was thinking. He added, "I'm very happy to teach Sparta a lesson." This was his true thought. When he escaped from Sparta, he swore that one day he would lead his army back to Sparta and kill all the people of Sparta who humiliated him and forced his mother to commit suicide. The reason why he was behaving so strangely in the palace hall was that he did not expect the opportunity to fulfill his vow to suddenly come to him. He was desperately trying to suppress the excitement in his heart. "Tiltotus," Leotychides continued, "this time you will come with me." "That's great." Tiltotus was so excited that he almost jumped up. Regina suddenly reminded him, "Tiltotus is not 18 years old yet. He can't serve in the army. He will be with me as my errand boy. He doesn't need to fight in the army." After Leotychides finished speaking, he buried his head in his food. This caused the mood of his family to become restless. Although the Devers had held many meetings to analyze and judge the possible changes in the situation in Greece after the Battle of Leuctra, the development of things still exceeded their expectations. First of all, the armistice agreement between the Thebes and Sparta caught Dionia off guard. However, this did not affect their preparation for the war. The matters of the expedition were still carried out in an orderly manner. Second, Iasion's series of actions after the battle had aroused the vigilance of the Devers. They specifically ordered Aristaeus to strengthen the monitoring of the territory of Thessaly. Then, the Devers originally thought that the failure of the Battle of Leuctra would cause Sparta to desperately retaliate in order to restore its prestige. However, They did not expect that Sparta would quickly sign the armistice agreement and really did not make any hostile moves against the Thebes in the subsequent period. The reason was that the impact of the battle on Greece and the entire Peloponnesus peninsula was so great that the higher-ups of Ionia did not expect it. After all, the Devers did not live in Greece, and they had almost never suffered a defeat in any war. Therefore, they could not understand how the Greek people felt about Sparta. After the Messenian War and before the Hippocratic War, the Sparta had dominated all of Greece. Its long-term dominance had created an inherent concept in the Greek people. Unless the enemy had a great advantage in terms of military strength, the heavy infantry of Sparta was simply invincible in battle. This was an unbreakable principle. However, in this battle, which was considered a grand scale for the Greeks, the Thebans actually defeated the Spartans despite being outnumbered. Furthermore, the Spartan king had died in battle. It should be noted that ever since Leonidas sacrificed himself at the hot spring gate of Greece, no Spartan king had died on the battlefield. Therefore, when the details of the battle spread throughout the Greek mainland, many city-states suddenly realized that the Spartans weren't that scary after all. If the Thebans could do it, perhaps they could do it too. Therefore, many city-states were stirred up. 2 months ago, after the signing of the Treaty of Callias, according to the content of the treaty, Sparta was supposed to withdraw the military commanders stationed in the city-states. However, the Sparta people had been dragging out the implementation of the treaty. Now, these city-states had boldly expelled the military commanders sent by Sparta. To make matters worse for Sparta, as an oligarchic city-state, it had always implemented and supported oligarchic systems in the city-states and allied city-states under its control. These oligarchs who held the power would then persecute the Democrats in the city and increase the exploitation of the ordinary people in the country. On the one hand, it was also to satisfy the military needs of Sparta. Now, encouraged by the victory of the Thebes in the battle, the exiled Democrats of the city-states had returned to their motherland, inciting the already dissatisfied people and setting off a wave of riots. Chapter 1145. This wave even spread to Agos. In fact, Sparta had never been able to control the city-states of Agos. However, due to its strength, a group of pro-Sparta counselors gradually emerged in the political arena of Agos. Now, most of these wealthy counselors were beaten to death by the angry civilians with sticks. The Thebes, without a doubt, benefited the most from this wave. As the victors of the battle, the Thebes' influence in Greece increased greatly. Not only did the remaining city-states of Boeotia take the initiative to approach the Thebes, but even the Phocians, the Locrians, who were friendly with Sparta, and the Locrians, who were located in the southwest and northwest of Boeotia respectively, and even the Euboeans, who were friendly with the Thebes, wanted to form an alliance with them. The reason was that they saw the weakening of Sparta's power and wanted the military support of a new power to help them resist the threat. The Phocians and the Locrians were worried about Thessaly, while the Euboeans were worried about Athens. The Thebes had mixed feelings about this. They were happy that their power had been greatly increased, but they were worried that the threat of Sparta had not been eliminated yet. They might have to face a few more powerful enemies. Needless to say, there was already a rift between the two sides in Athens. Although Thessaly was an ally, Iasion's previous performance had already shown his ambition. At this time, he was even recruiting troops in the north. When he led his army south, it was likely that the two sides would meet. Under the strong suggestion of Peropidas and Epaminonda, the Battle of Leuctra had made Epaminonda the most prestigious person in the Thebes. The Thebes government decided to form an alliance with the Phocians, the Locrians, and the Euboeans. They wanted to increase their own power as soon as possible in order to cope with future challenges. Since then, almost all of central Greece, except for the Attica region, Athens, was under the influence of the Thebes. However, the Thebes were not the biggest threat to Sparta. The biggest threat came from the Arcadia region of Peloponnesus. Arcadia was located in the middle of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. Geographically, the Laconia region where Sparta was located was separated by towering mountains to the east and west, and the sea to the south. Only the north, which was connected to the Arcadia region, was relatively low-lying, making it more convenient for troops to enter and leave. Therefore, ever since the rise of Sparta, it had been to interfere with the affairs of the city-states in Arcadia, trying to completely control them. Due to the long-term suppression of Sparta, compared to other regions of Greece, the Arcadia region had never had a city-state that had a certain degree of influence in Greece. Even before the War of Corinth, due to Mandinia's disobedience, Mandinia was located in the northeast of Arcadia region. Mandinia's territory was invaded and completely destroyed by a water attack. The brutality of Sparta did temporarily deter the Arcadians, but also made them more vigilant and uneasy. More than a decade had passed. While Sparta was busy fighting the Thebes, the exiled Mandinians gradually returned to their homeland and began to work hard to rebuild their homes. This made Sparta vigilant. Soon, they sent messengers to warn the Mandinians that they should get out of this land immediately, or else Sparta would send an army to expel them. However, within a few days, the other city-states in the Arcadia region sent messengers to Sparta to plead for the Mandinians. At this time, because of the continuous war, Sparta was short of manpower and resources. It relied more on its allies, and the Arcadians contributed a lot. So, Sparta had no choice but to reluctantly agree to their request. Of course, the Mandinians had to promise that Sparta would once again be their leader, and they would send their citizens to help Sparta in the war. The problem seemed to have been solved, but it was not. The Mandinians began to build walls and rebuild the city. To prevent the city from being flooded again, they even dug a new channel and changed the flow of the Orpheus River. The newly designed city was more sturdy, unique, and difficult to conquer. While the Mandinians were building the city, they were also secretly carrying out another important task. During the years of exile, one of their leaders, Lycomedes, gradually realized that the city-states of Arcadia must unite and build an alliance. Only then would they have the confidence to say no to the unreasonable demands of Sparta, and only then would they be able to protect the safety of the Arcadians. Therefore, Lycomedes spared no effort to persuade the other city-states of Arcadia. Things went smoothly because these city-states had been suffering from Sparta for a long time. With Lycomedes taking the lead, except for a few city-states, everyone agreed to form an Arcadia alliance. However, the problem of which city-state to choose as the capital of the alliance arose again. Because the city-states of Arcadia were not too different in strength, there was no particularly outstanding city-state that could suppress the others. However, if any city-state was randomly chosen, it could quickly grow stronger after the establishment of the alliance, which was something that the other city-states did not want to see. In the end, Lycomedes put forward a proposal: gather the strength of the alliance and build a new city as the capital of the alliance. In the end, his proposal was unanimously approved by everyone. After many discussions, the location of the new city was selected, and the political structure of the entire alliance was discussed in more detail. In short, in 371 BC, the 23rd year of the Kingdom of Dionia, the preparations for the Pan-Arcadia alliance were basically completed, and the implementation began in full swing. Sparta learned that Arcadia was building an alliance, but at this time, its war against the Thebes was at a critical stage, and it really had no spare power to stop this matter. Moreover, the city-states of Arcadia had been sending troops and supplies to help it in the war, so the Sparta people pretended that they did not know about it. They wanted to wait until the problem of the Thebes was solved before dealing with this matter. However, they did not expect that the Battle of Leuctra would suddenly change the situation in Greece, and the few remaining city-states of Arcadia also began to waver. Therefore, under the active persuasion of Lycomedes, they also began to actively request to join the Pan-Arcadia alliance. Among these city-states was Tegea. Tegea was located in the southeast of the Arcadia region, and had always been regarded by Sparta as a staunch ally and a strong gateway to the northern frontier. Now that Tegea had changed sides, the Sparta finally could not tolerate it. So the procurators sent messengers to threaten the city-states of Arcadia, demanding that they immediately disband the alliance, or else they would face the wrath of the Sparta army. Of course, the Arcadians would not give in, but they also knew that Sparta was powerful, and they could not fight against it with their own strength, so they had to seek outside support. The first person they thought of for help was Athens. After the Battle of Leuctra, while Athens was happy about the decline of Sparta's power, it was also worried about the rise of the neighboring Thebes. So it made a move. It invited its own Sea Alliance city-states and the city-states of Peloponnesus to represent Athens to reswear the previous Great Kings Agreement, and solemnly stated that in the event of an enemy attack, the members of the oath should help each other. It seemed that this move by Athens was a continuation of the previous treaty of Callias signed in Sparta, and it was also a show of support for Sparta and its allies, who had been defeated on the battlefield. But in fact, Athens was trying to expand its influence in the Peloponnesus Peninsula, usurping the leadership of Sparta, and, at the same time, try to win over Persia. Many city-states of Mandynia and Arcadia also participated in the oath ceremony. According to the agreement, Athens was obliged to provide help, so the Arcadians sent messengers to Athens. While the messengers from Arcadia were on their way to Athens, a huge fleet was sailing across the Adriatic Sea, heading towards the Peloponnesus Peninsula. It was the army of Dionia that was going to conquer Sparta. According to the mobilization speed of the army of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, after the order to set out was issued, the various regions would usually be assembled within 4 to 5 days. For a region like Lucania, which was more vast and covered in mountains, it would take a lot of time for the military camp to notify the various towns and cities, and for the citizens of the towns and cities to gather at the military camp. Even if King Divers had to discuss with the Ministry of Military Affairs to make some military preparations, the time needed would not exceed 15 days. The reason why the army was ordered to go to war 2 months later was that the armistice between the Thebes and Sparta and a series of anti-Sparta waves in the Peloponnesus Peninsula had attracted the attention of the higher-ups of Dionia. They specially suspended the military operation to observe the development of the situation, and it was not until 2 months later that they resumed the military operation. In order to prevent the news of the expedition from being discovered by the Sparta in advance, Dionia announced to the public that it was going to crusade against the Lusitanians who had repeatedly attacked the southern region of Iberia, so the place where the army embarked was not set in Brindisi, but in Crotone. The barracks of Legio IV were originally in Crotone, and the 1st and Legio VI were in the north and south respectively, not too far apart. The 3 legions soon boarded the long-prepared fleet at the port of Crotone, and under the escort of the 1st flotilla, they sailed eastward. The huge fleet passed through the heel of Italy and rested for a night in Odlum. The next day, after sailing across the Adriatic Sea, they sailed south along the west coast of the Greek mainland. Wherever the fleet passed, the towns and cities, such as Kekila Island, were all terrified. The people of Greece had never seen such a huge fleet before. There were more than 300 transport ships, more than 500 cargo ships, and 550 warships. In total, there were more than 1,200 ships. They were spread out on the surface of the sea, spanning 5 to 6 miles. This was because the entire fleet had chosen to set out on a few days when the sea conditions were better, so the ships were arranged more closely together. Chapter 1146. Although the Greeks did not know the destination of this large fleet, they were very familiar with the symbol of black hair entwined with a double fork on the sails. In the past, they had only seen it on the merchant ships of Dionia, but now it had appeared on a warship. Did this mean that the barbarian kingdom on the other side of the Adriatic Sea was finally going to attack the Greek mainland? Regardless of the fear and suspicion of the Greek people, the Dionia fleet did not slow down and went straight south. Soon, they passed the entrance of Corinth Bay and entered the waters of the west coast of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. As dusk approached, the fleet had to disembark early to prepare a camp. This was because they could not reach the southern coast of Messenia today. Further south was a steep and narrow coast. It was difficult for the ships to dock, and the crew could not get a rest. The place where the fleet docked was the northwest corner of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. The terrain here was relatively flat, and it had been called the Elis area since ancient times. It was very famous throughout the Greek world because the Olympia was held here. There was also the famous temple of Zeus here. Of course, There were also two more famous city-states, Elis and Pisa. They had been competing for the right to host the Olympia and had always been enemies. The location where the Dionia fleet disembarked happened to be within the territory of Elis. Seeing the dense number of ships swarming to the coast and thousands of soldiers rushing to the beach, the neighboring Greek people were frightened and ran inland with their families. The people of Elis soon received the news and were also very panicked. Although they had little contact with the Dionia, they had never provoked this behemoth in the west. Without any warning, why did the Dionia send an army to invade their territory? The Council of Elis carried out an emergency military mobilization for the citizens in the territory and held an urgent discussion. They even came to a conclusion. It was said that the Dionia people believed in Hades and did not recognize Zeus as the king of gods. Could it be that this time they came to destroy the temple of Zeus? The counselors of Elis sadly found that if this was the case, in order to defend the god Zeus, the people of Elis had to fight to the death. Just when the Elysians were feeling pessimistic, they received an urgent notice from the city guard. An envoy from Dionia had come to visit. Tysius, a citizen of Dionia and a native of Tyndaris, had served as a Tyndaris general for several consecutive terms. He had a high prestige among the people of Tyndaris. Later on, he responded to the request of the people, held and presided over the citizens' assembly, which finally allowed Tyndaris to be incorporated into the kingdom of Dionia. Because of that, he also became the kingdom's elder. When the news that the Devers had approved the Dionysian army to attack Peloponnesus and rebuild Messenia reached the Senate, he took the initiative to see the king of the Devers, hoping to follow the army, as his ancestral home was Messenia. At this time, Tysius walked to the center of the assembly of Elis with his head held high. Looking at the angry and frightened gazes, he felt a sense of pride as a citizen of a great country. But he suppressed this pride and tried to make his expression as sincere as possible. Descendants of Zeus, respectable citizens of Elis, on behalf of the kingdom of Dionia, I extend my sincerest apologies to you. Because it was getting late during our voyage, in order to prevent any accidents from happening, our fleet had to temporarily stop by the shore to rest. Hence, we entered your territory, but please be assured that we will only rest for one night and leave tomorrow. We will not cause any harm to this land or the people on it. Due to the inconvenience caused by our reckless actions, we, the kingdom of Dionia, will also pay a certain amount of gold and silver as compensation for the army's overnight stay in Elis. Tysius' words made the Elis counselors skeptical, but their hearts were finally at ease. There was a commotion in the assembly, and the senators discussed in whispers for a while before someone stood up and said, "People of Dionia, your reckless actions have indeed caused great trouble to Elis. But if things are as you said, we are still willing to forgive your reckless actions." Elis was not a city that was easy to talk to. Not to mention the decades of conflict between it and Pisa, during which it had fought several wars with Sparta. However, the reason why the senators of Elis were so reasonable at this moment was because of the sudden arrival of the Dionia and the large number of their army, which made them feel that they could not defeat them. So they wanted to send this god of plague away as soon as possible. Then, another senator asked curiously, "May I know where your army is going?" Tysius was waiting for this question, so he immediately asked back, "Have you heard of the city of Tyndaris in Sicily?" Tyndaris should be a city-state established in the northeast corner of Sicily with the support of the original tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius. It is said that more than half of its citizens are from Messenia, and later, Tyndaris defected to Dionia, said a senator. Not defected, but the citizens of Tyndaris collectively decided to join Dionia. Tysius corrected him loudly, then continued, "When the people of Tyndaris joined the holy kingdom of Dionia, the king of Devers made a promise that one day he will help Messenia achieve independence and free the Messenians who had been enslaved. But not long after that, due to the influence of the war, Dionia and Sparta signed a long-term peace agreement, and this promise was temporarily put on hold until this year, when the people of Sparta tore up the peace agreement with us, Dionia." Tysius had a gloating smile on his face and said loudly, The king of Devers finally has the chance to fulfill his promise. So the Dionysian army that you see is heading to Messenia to chase away the people of Sparta who have occupied the area for hundreds of years, and to make Messenia the home of the Messenians again. At the end of his speech, Tisias became excited, as if a flame had suddenly been ignited in the hall, and the people of Elis present were shocked and excited. This news was too shocking. The hegemon of the Western Mediterranean, Dionia, had declared war on Sparta. Why were the people of Elis so excited? Wasn't it also a member of the Peloponnesus Alliance? Elis was indeed a member of the Peloponnesus Alliance, but ever since the king of Sparta, Arsis, Leotychides' father, led an army to invade Elis territory, defeated it, and even occupied part of its territory, the people of Elis gradually drifted away from Sparta. In the subsequent military campaigns led by Sparta, the people of Elis contributed very little. To punish them for their disobedience, the people of Sparta even gave the right to host the Olympia to Elis' nemesis, Pisa. In the Peloponnesus Alliance, Elis was gradually being marginalized. What worried the people of Elis even more was that during the Armistice Conference in Sparta, besides Thebes, Elis was the second city-state that did not sign the agreement. According to the agreement, each city-state must be independent, and the people of Elis would never allow the towns under their control to become independent. Therefore, Elis also refused to participate in the swearing ceremony held in Athens. As a result, Elis was too isolated in the western part of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. Therefore, during this period of time, when the people of Arcadia and Sparta fell out because of the establishment of the alliance, the people of Elis were wild with joy. A few days ago, they specially sent messengers to Megalopolis to express their support for the people of Arcadia. Now that the kingdom of Dionia declared war on Sparta, there was no doubt that it was another shot in the arm. In this boiling uproar, suddenly, someone shouted hoarsely, "Dear messenger of Dionia, you just said that the kingdom of Dionia will let the Messenians rebuild their homeland. Who are the Messenians you are referring to?" Tisias fixed his eyes on the person who spoke. It was the person who had answered Tyndaris' question. He had a rough idea in his heart. He said loudly, "All the Messenians who were enslaved by the Sparta, living in Messenia and Laconia, and all the Messenians who were forced to live in exile in other city-states, as well as their descendants, will be regarded by the Holy Kingdom of Dionia as citizens of the Messenian city-state that will be established. The Holy Kingdom of Dionia welcomes them to return to the homeland where their ancestors lived and rebuild their homeland that truly belongs to them. In fact, I am a Messenian. This time, I will personally witness the Dionysian army defeating the Sparta bandits that have occupied our homeland for hundreds of years. I will also personally liberate my fellow Messenians, allowing them to regain their dignity and freedom. The land of Messenia will be rejuvenated in the hands of the true Messenians." After hearing Tisias' words, the counselor's eyes suddenly turned red. He could not help but open his mouth and sing. At the foot of the towering and precipitous Mount Taygetos flows the clear and gentle Pamesus River. The majestic Edom Rock protects the beautiful city of Messenia. Countless cattle and sheep run on the fertile plains. Countless farmers work in the fields. Tisias was stunned for a moment, and then he sang along, "Like wolves, the Sparta have seized our land and enslaved us like cattle and sheep. We cannot bear the heavy burden. Their cruel whips do not stop. More than half of the fruits of labor on the well-cultivated land belong to these ferocious bandits." At this moment, several Elis counselors joined in, singing passionately, "Gods of Olympus, if you are willing to protect Messenia, I am willing to sacrifice my daughter like the hero Aristodemus, and then fight to the death. Gods of Olympus, please bless me. I will be like Aristophanes, fighting all my life. As long as the people can be saved, I am willing to go through hardships, to be covered in cuts and bruises, to be left with nothing." At the end of the song, the voices of 7 or 8 people drowned out the noise in the hall. At this moment, everyone's face was covered in tears. Ever since the fall of Messenia, this song, composed by an unknown author, had been quietly sung among the enslaved people of Messenia. It also made the Messenians who had fled their homeland and scattered across the Mediterranean Sea always remember the suffering of their ancestors. Chapter 1147. It was not entirely a coincidence that the expedition army of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia had set up camp in the territory of Elis. Elis, as an outlier in the Peloponnesus alliance, was already in the consideration of the Devers. Furthermore, the Elis region and Arcadia region were close to Messenia, and many Messenians had fled to these two regions. The 7 or 8 Elis citizens who had just sung were all from Messenia. Previously, due to military secrecy, the people of Dionia did not announce it to the public. Now, they needed to let the people of the entire Greek world know that Dionia had sent troops to Peloponnesus not only to fulfill the covenant, but also to help the Messenians restore their country. Elis, which was passing by, could help them do this. After singing the song, the relationship between Tygia and the people of Elis was quickly drawn closer. The people of Elis also began to discuss some cooperation with him. After all, they were all ready to join forces with the Arcadians to fight against Sparta. Now that the army of Dionia to attack Sparta was right in front of them, this was a better opportunity for cooperation. On this evening, due to the huge commotion caused by the Dionian army landing on the coast, the citizens of Elis were not the only ones who received the news. The news soon spread to the nearby cities, such as Olympia, Pisa, and Triphylia, a small city not far east of Olympia that originally belonged to Elis but was later forcibly taken away by Sparta. In a village called Silis under Triphylia, there was a large house. The respected hero of the Persia expedition, the famous scholar of Athens, Xenophon, lived in the house. More than 20 years ago, after returning from the Persia expedition, Xenophon was expelled from Athens and had to lead a mercenary army again. He followed the king of Sparta, Agesilaus, to conquer Asia Minor. Because of this, he was highly regarded by Agesilaus and became a distinguished guest of Sparta. Agesilaus assigned him land here. Xenophon had lived here for nearly 20 years and had regarded it as his second home. In addition to following the Sparta army to war, he spent more time in the quiet and peaceful village, concentrating on thinking and writing articles. Sometimes he would take his children and servants to the nearby forest to hunt and relax, living a very comfortable, idyllic life. He also raised his own money to build the Temple of Arthemis near the village of Silis. He worshipped it every year, hoping that the god would bless this area and keep it peaceful and tranquil. Tonight, as usual, he sat in his study, lit an oil lamp, and began to think about his new book, History of Greece. This was a new idea that sprouted in his mind after the completion of Expedition a few years ago. He wanted to continue the series of events that happened in Greece after Thucydides' History of the War of Peloponnesus. Many of these events were personally experienced by him, and he was very familiar with them. Just as he was thinking and writing, a sudden shout broke the silence of the village, and it did not disappear quickly. Instead, it caused the whole village to boil. Xenophon had no choice but to put down his pen and walk out of the study. As soon as he walked into the courtyard, he ran into his eldest son. He said in a slightly panicked tone, "Father, I heard from the villagers that the army of Dionia has landed on the coast of Elis and is preparing to attack inland. Dionia declared war on Elis. How is this possible? Dionia and Elis had never been in contact, and there were no signs beforehand. How could a war suddenly break out?" Xenophon was puzzled and immediately asked, "Is this news you heard true? I heard from the villagers that a few Olympia priests happened to go to a village in Elis to attend a funeral. They saw with their own eyes that the ships of Dionia were anchored on the beach, and they could not see the end of it." Xenophon's expression turned solemn. He thought for a moment and said to his son, "Go out and tell the villagers that I'm the one who said it. Tell them not to panic. Even if the Dionysian army is really going to attack inland, it's still far from here. We have enough time to make preparations. Let them go home and rest. Don't make a ruckus in the middle of the night. It'll easily cause panic and accidents." Not long after his son went out, the noise gradually subsided. Xenophon's prestige in this village was evident. Xenophon had no desire to write at this time. He paced back and forth in the courtyard irritably, recalling the matter of Sparta wanting to end the peace agreement with Dionia early. He was very uneasy about it at that time, but unfortunately, his words carried little weight. Even Aegisilaia's strong opposition could not stop it. Now, not long after the agreement was suspended, the army of Dionia set foot on the land of Elis. How much impact would this have on the situation in Peloponnesus and the entire Greek mainland? Xenophon had just been to Thurii, and he had a deeper understanding of the strength of the kingdom of Dionia. At the thought of this terrible beast finally breaking out of its cage and pouncing on the Greek mainland, he could not help but tremble all over. There was only one thought in his mind: immediately rush to Sparta and tell them about this matter. Let them quickly discuss a good way to put this beast back in its cage. But was there really a good way? Xenophon looked up at the dark night sky and remembered the smile on his face when he met the Devers, but his eyes were unreadable. The next morning, the crew of Dionia pushed the ships away from the beach. The soldiers quickly boarded the ships, and the entire fleet continued to sail south. Seeing that the people of Dionia had really left, the people of Elis breathed a sigh of relief. Next, they could not wait for the upheaval in the south to happen. There was one more person in this Dionia fleet. It was the descendant of Messenia, the Elis counselor, Ionicus, who had spoken to Tisius previously. He had taken the initiative to apply to follow the army as a liaison between Elis and the Dionysian army. At the same time, he was also a guide. Therefore, he was approved by Commander Leotychides to appear on the flagship of the First Fleet. At this time, he pointed to the coast in front of the left and said in a trembling voice, "After this promontory, we will enter the waters of Messenia. Don't be nervous. We have so many warships. The fleet of Sparta will not dare to attack us at all." Tisius comforted him. "I'm not nervous. I'm just a little excited." Ionicus let out a long sigh. Tisius looked at him and nodded sympathetically. He said softly, "Me too." At this time, the lookout on top of the flagship's mainmast shouted, "Raise a yellow flag on the clippers in front." Sicerian, who was standing at the bow of the ship and looking ahead, immediately said to the flagship's captain, "Tell the first B squadron to maintain their formation and continue forward. Ignore them unless they attack." "Yes, sir." The reason Sicerian dared to give such an order was because he knew that Sparta's current warships did not exceed 40, and more than half of them were from their allies. They were not enough to pose a threat to the First Fleet at all. In the entire Greek mainland, perhaps only the fleet of Athens could slightly raise Sicerian's spirits. In reality, it was 2 Sparta patrol ships that appeared in front of the first flotilla. Originally, they only wanted to warn the Dionysian fleet to stay away from the coastal route, but the first flotilla ignored them and went straight ahead. Hundreds of warships approached them, riding the wind and waves. The sailors of Sparta had long been terrified, so they quickly turned around and retreated to the south. The difference between the Sparta navy and the army was like the difference between heaven and earth. Other than a great victory at the Sheep Horse River under Lysander's leadership, they did not have any other glorious achievements. In the past few years, they had been beaten by the navy of Athens repeatedly. Their morale was extremely low, and right now, they did not dare to challenge the enormous Dionysian fleet. Soon, no more Sparta warships appeared in the vicinity. The entire Dionia fleet sailed south along the coast smoothly. On one hand, it was more convenient to ensure the safety of the troop transports and supply ships, and, on the other hand, it was convenient to observe the situation on land. However, what the crew saw were mostly continuous mountain ridges. Only near the coast could they see a stone tower every 1 or 2 miles. These are the towers that the Sparta forced the Myrcenians to build, but their purpose is to monitor the Myrcenians and prevent them from escaping, Ionicus said in a heavy tone. There are many similar facilities in the north of the Myrcenian territory. The Sparta made the whole of Messenia into a cage to imprison the Myrcenians. Back then, my father and nearly 200 people could not bear the cruel oppression and killing of the Sparta, so they desperately tried to escape Messenia. In the end, less than 15 people managed to escape to Elis alive. After listening to this, Tysius was silent for a long time. He secretly clenched his fists and said with hatred, "Today we, the Dionia, are here to break this cage. Such a tragedy will not happen again in the future." As the two vented their anger towards Sparta, a voice interrupted, "Why don't I see anyone in these towers?" Ionicus turned around and saw that it was the commander of the Dionia army, Leotychides. He quickly explained, "In the past, there were at least 10 soldiers stationed in each tower. But now, the Sparta people go to war every year, and every year, there are casualties among their citizens. As a result, they don't even have enough people to defend Laconia. How can there be extra soldiers stationed in these towers?" Ionicus showed a look of schadenfreude, while Leotychides' expression was a little strange. Then Ionicus said, "But there must be Sparta soldiers stationed in the city of Pylos up ahead, because it is an important town for the Sparta on the west coast of Messenia." Chapter 1148. Half an hour later, the Dionia soldiers saw the city on the coast. Although it was called an important city, it was actually just a small stone city wedged between the mountains and the coast. On top of the city stood a row of soldiers in red cloaks. The bayonets in their hands reflected the sunlight. From afar, it was hard to tell whether they were afraid or excited. They stood there motionlessly. Such a posture seemed to stimulate the Dionia soldiers, and their fighting spirit soared. "Quiet down, all of you. We will be landing on Messenia's beach soon. You will have plenty of opportunities to fight the Sparta." Marquez shouted at the excited soldiers on the transport ship. "But for now, all of you better stay quiet and conserve your strength. When the ship docks, be the first to charge forward. Don't worry, Captain. We will never fall behind the other squads. We will be the first to break through the enemy's defense line," a soldier said loudly. Immediately, the other soldiers responded enthusiastically. "I hope so," Marquez answered nonchalantly, but deep down, he was excited because he could use the morale. He held the side of the ship with one hand and looked down at the blue sea. He could not help but recall the first time he boarded a warship and landed on the Tree naval base. Later, he followed the army to Sicily and defeated Carthage's 100,000 soldiers. Then, he landed on Africa and conquered Carthage. He had long overcome his seasickness. After the war in the western Mediterranean, Marquez and some nobles of Rome were arranged to live in the Turiae region. He was lucky enough to be included in the First Legion. Later, he went north and conquered Gaul. He was promoted to a captain and entered the ranks of Dionia's officers. Even more fortunately, he adapted to life in Dionia and did not want to associate with the former nobles of Rome who still held grudges against the kingdom. As a result, many nobles of Rome were arrested during the Turiae rebellion a few years ago, but he was not implicated. He was not even interrogated or investigated. His superior played a big role in this. Adorus was his immediate superior, the leader of the 3rd Brigade of the 1st Legion. After going through so many twists and turns, Max was once again under Adorus' command. It was truly fate. Adorus had indeed taken good care of him. Marquez was still reminiscing about the past. The cheers of the soldiers on the ship brought him back to reality. "We have passed the Cape. The fleet is turning around. We are almost there." The southern coastline of the Peloponnese Peninsula was shaped like an M. It formed two bays, the Gulf of Laconia on the east and the Gulf of Messenia on the west. When the fleet rounded the promontory formed by the mountain ridge, the warships of the First Fleet's 1st B Squadron, which was sailing at the forefront, split into two groups. A small portion of the warships turned north and approached the beach ahead, while the majority of the warships turned south and began to line up on the east side of the bay to guard against possible enemy ships and ensure the safety of the landing ships. Numerous troop carriers gradually spread out as they sailed north. They were spread out across the entire bay. Coupled with the supply ships that followed closely behind the troop carriers, the entire bay was almost filled with ships. Marquez's ship was at the forefront. He looked ahead, and as the ship moved forward, the scenery in his eyes became clearer. On both sides of the bay were the outlines of lush mountains, In the middle was a flat and wide plain with a white beach. In the middle, there was a white ribbon that divided it into two from the south to the north. There were no coastal towns built on such a fine bay. There were only a few villages, simple docks, and few ships. On the contrary, there were flocks of seagulls flying up and down in the sky. It was quite an interesting sight. Having been used to the prosperity and bustle of the port of Turii, Marquez's eyes lit up when he saw the bay that was almost undeveloped. However, this feeling quickly disappeared because some Spartan soldiers had already appeared on the beach. The Sparta had experienced 3 wars in the process of conquering Messenia. In the first 2 wars, the Messenian soldiers relied on fortresses and towns to resist the attacks of the Sparta. The wars lasted for a long time and caused a lot of trouble for the Sparta. Therefore, after the complete conquest of Messenia, the Sparta demolished all the towns on this plain. As a result, compared to the other areas of the Peloponnesus Peninsula, there were only villages and no towns. However, there was a large military camp in the middle of the plain. It was where the Sparta trained their soldiers. It was also the base where they could form an army at any time and suppress the rebellion of the Black Rogues. During the war with the Thebes, due to the participation of Athens, the strength of the Athens navy posed a threat to the waters controlled by Sparta. In order to ensure the safety of the Messenia region, Sparta also sent some soldiers to Messenia. However, after the signing of the Treaty of Callias, Sparta immediately withdrew the extra citizens. Now, there were less than 500 Sparta soldiers left in the entire Messenia region. However, the Sparta people firmly believed that even with such a small garrison, Messenia would still remain stable. Because of decades of cruel rule and years of bloody killings, Sparta would allow young soldiers to kill any Black Rogues they saw at a fixed time. On the one hand, it was to let the young people see blood and build up their courage. On the other hand, it was to prevent the Black Rogues from overpopulation, so the Black Rogues had long been tamed like cattle and sheep. Even when foreign enemies invaded, they could organize the Black Rogues and use them as auxiliary troops to strengthen the size of the army and resist. The current situation was like this. The Sparta patrol ships hurriedly withdrew to Messenia and reported to the military camp that a large fleet of Dionia had appeared in the coastal waters. They were menacing and seemed to be up to no good. The commander of the military camp, Dorios, had undergone the cruel military training of Agos since he was a child and became one of the best soldiers. Thus, when he grew up, he was selected to join the King's Guards. In his 20 years of military career, he had fought dozens of battles and made many achievements. His military experience could be said to be rich. The year before last, he was appointed as the military commander of Messenia, responsible for the defense of the region. After hearing the news, Dorios was immediately alerted. Not only did he quickly gather the soldiers in the military camp, but he also sent people to notify the security officers of the villages. These security officers were old and frail former Sparta soldiers who were appointed to manage the villages of Messenia. They had 3 main tasks: to supervise the work of the Black Rogues, to prevent them from slacking off, to collect most of the harvest after the autumn harvest, and to supervise the daily life of the Black Rogues. If there were any abnormalities, immediately notify the military camp to arrest and kill them, so that they could organize all the young and strong Black Rogues. The envoy sent by the Sparta military camp boarded a small boat and met the Dionia warship that entered the bay, ready to question why it suddenly invaded Sparta's territory without prior notice. However, before the envoy could board the Dionia warship, the boat was knocked over. The enmity of the Dionia people was obvious. Dorios, who received the news, immediately led the Sparta soldiers to the beach. At the same time, he ordered the security officers of the villages to bring the Black Rogues to the beach as soon as possible. When he hurried to the beach, Dorios could not help but be dumbfounded. All he could see were the endless ships of Dionia. This kind of earth-shattering momentum made Dorios, who had experienced hundreds of battles, feel his scalp go numb. In the past few decades, Messenia, which was ruled by Sparta, had been invaded. During the War of Peloponnesus, the Athens fleet had attacked this area many times. However, the number of Athens soldiers who landed on the shore was not large. Most of the time, before the Sparta reinforcements arrived, the Athens fleet had fled by ship. Even when they launched an attack on the camp, they were defeated by the Sparta soldiers who outnumbered them. At that time, the Athens army rarely fought with the Sparta warriors on land. It was the first time that Dorios encountered such a large-scale landing operation. Fortunately, the Black Rogues arrived one after another, and the entire army gradually increased to 3,000 soldiers. Even though most of the Black Rogues were only armed with a spear and did not even have a shield, Dorios was still relieved. But then he frowned again, because he saw that the ships were spread out on the sea, and it seemed that they were ready to land. The shore that could be landed was more than 20 miles wide, and he only had so few troops in his hands. How could he defend all of them? What's more, the number of Black Rogues in this army was several times that of the Sparta warriors. Once the Sparta warriors left the control of the Sparta warriors, it would be difficult to guarantee their loyalty. And if the Sparta warriors were scattered among the Black Rogues, it would greatly weaken the overall combat power of the entire army, especially against the rumored Diolian army. Dorios did not dare to take this risk. So he decided not to disperse his army, but to focus on defending the beach west of the Peloponnesus estuary. The number of Sparta soldiers seems to be quite large. At this time, Tisias, who had followed Leotiades from the flagship of the first fleet to another warship, shouted loudly. The warship he was on was less than 2 miles away from the coast, so he could see it quite clearly. Many of them are Black Rogues. They will not fight with all their strength for the Sparta. Ionicus reminded loudly, putting his hand on his forehead and looking forward. Beside him, Mukru pointed at the coast and reminded the commander, "My lord, the Sparta soldiers are concentrated together. They're not scattered." Leoticides looked at the coast attentively. The battle that was about to begin had caused his slightly fluctuating emotions to be suppressed. He spoke slowly. "Inform the warships to attack. Get the soldiers ready to land." Chapter 1149. Understood, Mukerja replied. Ionicus was puzzled when he heard this. Why would the warships attack the army on land? After a while, he saw more than a dozen 3-oared warships side by side, heading straight for the coast where the Sparta army was. When they were less than a mile away from the Sparta army, the warships stopped. Because they had reached the bottom of the sea, the crew on the deck immediately threw an anchor into the sea to fix the ships. Then, a piece of equipment was lifted from the cabin to the deck, a ballista. Some of the gunners were responsible for fixing the frame of the ballista, some were responsible for measuring the target parameters, some were responsible for installing the spring set, and some were responsible for carrying the stone projectiles. Not only this ballista team, but they also had a tacit understanding of each other. At the end of the war in the Western Mediterranean, when the Dionysian army besieged the city of Carthage, the naval warships entered the lagoon and placed ballistas on the deck to assist the army in the siege. Since then, the use of ballistas on the warships had become a military training program for the Navy. Dorios saw the Dionysian warships heading straight for the beach and thought that they were about to disembark soon. He immediately commanded his troops to form a loose horizontal formation in the direction of the warships. At the forefront were the helots with javelins in their hands. They were prepared to attack the Dionysian soldiers with javelins when they waded into the water to disembark. However, when these warships approached the beach, they stopped moving and did not move for a while. Dorios was puzzled when he suddenly saw small black dots flying out of the warships. By the time he saw that these small black dots were large round stones, they had already smashed down from mid-air. Some fell into the sea in front, setting off water columns that soared into the sky, and some fell on the beach behind, causing sand and soil to splatter in all directions. Although no one was killed or injured, the momentum of these people caused a commotion in the team, especially the Black Rogues. Ballista, a word popped up in Dorios' mind. Even though this weapon had never been used in a war in Greece, the Spartans, who had been paying attention to the Western Mediterranean, weren't completely clueless about it. Agesilaus had once made a suggestion to the Elder Council, hoping to create such a powerful siege weapon. The Elder Council had also agreed to his suggestion, but a city-state that had no other professions other than warriors and was passionate about military training but abandoned science, art, and entertainment did not have the technology to create such a weapon. The Sparta people also wanted to secretly ask the people of Syracuse for guidance. But unfortunately, after the war in southern Italy, Dionia captured the entire team of engineers of Syracuse and completely took them for themselves, causing Syracuse to lose this technology. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. Dorio's never thought that he would witness the legendary ballista in such a special occasion. For a moment, he did not know how to deal with it. At this moment, another round of stone bullets was launched. Only one of the dozens of stone bullets hit the target on the shore. After all, the warship moved along with the waves, and it was difficult for the ballista to aim accurately. However, the effect of this stone bullet was very obvious. It smashed the head of one of the black rogues into a bloody mess, causing the surrounding black rogues to turn around and flee in terror. Dorio's hurriedly ordered the Sparta warriors to slaughter the first black rock that ran away. Only then did the rest of the slaves manage to maintain their formation. Not long after, the sound of bugles could be heard from the sea. The hundreds of transport ships that were originally docked behind the warship began to move against the receding tide. The Dionysian army had begun to disembark. The transport ship that Max was on was heading towards the direction of the enemy on the shore. He had once landed on the coast of Africa and the coast of Mountain Gaul, so he was no stranger to landing on land. However, this was the first time that he was intercepted by the enemy. Therefore, he did not follow the previous two methods of asking the soldiers to help the sailors row the ship so that the ship could reach the shore faster. Instead, he asked the sailors to put on their armor and weapons as soon as possible and sit quietly on the ship to conserve their energy. The transport ship was moving forward in the tide at a slow speed. This was actually a good opportunity for the Sparta army on the shore, but unfortunately, the Dionysian army came too suddenly. Sparta did not have archers, and they did not have time to recruit archers from their allies. Therefore, they could not fire arrows at the transport ship. The transport ship finally ran aground near the beach, less than 100 meters away from the Sparta army on the shore. Just as Max urged the soldiers to quickly disembark, the Sparta warriors on the shore also ordered the Black Rock with javelins to attack the enemy that had not yet landed on the shore. The Black Rock soldiers waded forward in fear, paying more attention to the stone bullets whizzing past in the sky. Max led the soldiers into the waist-deep sea one after another. He did not rush to the shore. Instead, he ordered the soldiers to gather together while observing the positions of the other battleships on the left and right sides. Advance! Under his command, the 50 soldiers waded through the water in a loose but unbroken formation. Then he saw the Black Rock javelins running from the shore. "Raise your shields!" As soon as he shouted, the soldiers had already raised their long shields diagonally and blocked in front of them. The Black Rock soldiers, who lacked military training, hurriedly threw their javelins at the approaching Dionia soldiers without any accuracy or strength. They did not pose any danger to the Dionia soldiers at all. On the contrary, after wading forward for a distance, the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia also threw their javelins with all their might. Immediately, many Black Rock soldiers were hit and fell into the water. The other Black Rock soldiers were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated. After the immediate threat in front of them was eliminated, the soldiers led by Max slowed down their advance. They moved closer to the surrounding units and gradually formed a line. Dorio's, who was on the shore, originally thought that after the ships of Dionia's soldiers jumped into the sea, they would speed up and rush to the shore. Their strength would definitely be dispersed, which would be advantageous for him to concentrate his troops and defeat them one by one. However, he did not expect the Dionia soldiers to be so steady and experienced. They gradually formed a formation while wading forward slowly, and the formation was constantly getting thicker and longer. Dorio's turned his head to look at both sides. There were already countless Dionia soldiers on the beach in the distance and began to surround them. Dorio's felt nervous, but he only hesitated for a moment before making a firm decision. "Quick, retreat! Retreat!" Although some of the Sparta soldiers were unwilling, they were known for their discipline. As soon as the order was given, all the soldiers quickly began to retreat, and the Black Rock soldiers scattered. Max and the soldiers were originally looking forward to a fierce battle with the Sparta army on the beach. They did not expect the enemy in front of them to run away before the battle even started. Were these really the Sparta soldiers who dominated Greece? To prevent any tricks, although the soldiers moved forward faster, they still maintained a complete formation. However, under the command of the team officer, they began to shout in unison, "Myrcinians, you are free!" Leotychides set foot on the land of Myrcinia indifferently, but his mood was a little complicated. He was no stranger to this land. When he was young, he had received military training here. He had also killed Black Rock soldiers like they were wild beasts during his coming-of-age ceremony. He had also been stationed in Pylos for a period of time. He originally thought that he had forgotten these memories, but the moment he set foot on the beach, these memories kept popping up. Leotychides and dozens of guards walked forward slowly, step by step, on the soft sand. Tisias and Ionicus, who were originally beside him, had long disappeared. They were anxious to appease and persuade the Black Rock soldiers to surrender. An officer with a purple tassel on top of his helmet ran towards Leotychides and gave him a military salute. "Adoris, how was the battle?" Even in the face of the adopted son of the king of Devers, Leotychides' expression was still as indifferent as he was to other officers. Adoris replied with some frustration, "They say that the Sparta people are the bravest warriors in Greece. I think that's a lie. They are as timid as rabbits. They ran away before the battle even started, and they ran very fast. Before we could surround them, they had already fled into the mountains in the east. If only the cavalry could attack. Leds told me that their horses have been on the ship for a few days and are not in good condition. They need to rest for a few days before they can go into battle. Otherwise, there will be problems," Leotychides said calmly. "It seems that you have gained nothing this time. When we chased them to the Sparta camp, there was a Sparta officer and a few warriors guarding the door. At this point, Attilus's face became more solemn. They asked to fight with our soldiers alone. They even injured a few of us. In the end, we killed the few Sparta warriors and captured the officer." Leotychides did not care much about such trivial matters. Instead, he asked, "How was the condition of the Sparta camp?" Adoris immediately understood what he meant and replied, "It's very intact. There is no damage. However, the area is not too big. It can barely accommodate a legion." Leotychides looked at the sky and looked around. There were naked black roofs obediently following behind the Dionia soldiers. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then he replied, "Mukaloo, immediately inform Sicerian that the battle has ended. Let him lead all the warships to dock at the beach and build a camp. I will send soldiers of the 4th and Legio 6 to assist them." Chapter 1150. Also, send someone to inform Tygia. Ask him to lead the people from Tyndaris to persuade and mobilize as many black rogues as possible to help us unload the cargo from the ships. Mukerger received the order and left. Leotychides then said to Adoris, "Go and inform the soldiers of the 1st Legion to stop pursuing the enemy and to stop marching north. Immediately gather at the Sparta camp and seize the time to expand the camp. Also, where did the Sparta soldiers escape into the mountains? Send 2 soldiers to take me there." Leotychides could roughly guess where the Sparta soldiers might have escaped from, but he still needed to confirm it with his own eyes in order to prepare the defensive arrangements. Having witnessed the power of the Dionysian army's ballistae, Dorios realized that even if he retreated to the camp, he would not be able to defend for long. Due to the constant invasion of foreign enemies, the Sparta camp in Messenia was not well equipped and was rather crude. Therefore, he decisively issued 2 more orders. First, he handed over the command of the army to his adjutant and ordered him to lead the soldiers to retreat to the Lagonda Pass in the Taygetos Mountains. This was to preserve as much as possible the 400-strong Sparta army of Sparta soldiers. Second, he sent a messenger to the city of Pylos on the west coast to inform the soldiers in the city that the Dionia army had landed in Messenia and ordered them to abandon the small city and retreat to the north as soon as possible. Dorios, on the other hand, decided to stay. Even if he died at the gate of the camp, he would not want to escape. He knew that although the enemy was strong and retreating was completely reasonable, the loss of Messenia was definitely a big deal for the Sparta people. The resentment and rumors of the people would always surround him. As a former member of the King's Guard and a veteran of more than 20 years, he did not want his honor to be slandered. Unfortunately, he only managed to kill one Dionia soldier before he was stabbed in the thigh by the enemy and became a captive. Despicable Dionia. At this moment, he was carried by two soldiers into the tent. Under the candlelight in the tent, he saw a Dionia general in black armor sitting in front of him. He had short hair and no beard. It was said that the Dionia people had a strange habit of not growing their hair. But judging from his appearance, he was not younger than 50 years old. Huh? Yeah. Sparta, tell me, how many soldiers do you have in Messenia? How many of them are Sparta warriors? Leotychides asked coldly. Dorios didn't answer. He just stared at Leotydes' face and couldn't help but take a few steps forward. The guards on both sides immediately pulled him back and shouted, "The commander is asking you a question. Hurry up and answer." Dorios struggled to break free from the soldier's grip and shouted excitedly, "Leotychides? You are Leotychides." Leotychides was shocked. He thought that after leaving Sparta for so many years, he had changed a lot, and most of the Sparta people who were familiar with him had either passed away or retired. They would not be able to recognize him on the battlefield. He did not expect that his identity would be exposed as soon as he set foot on the land of Peloponnesus. Mucrager immediately shouted, "This is the commander of the Dionysian army, Prososus. He once led the army to defeat Carthage's army, captured Syracuse, and conquered Gaul. He is the famous and ever-victorious general of the kingdom of Dionia. Man of Sparta, stop your nonsense and answer the general's questions truthfully. If you perform well, we will consider letting you go back to Sparta." He really is Leotychides, the son of the former king of Sparta, Arsus. Dorios was still stubbornly pointing at the general of Dionia in front of him and said loudly, "I will never mistake him for someone else. The scar on his chin was left by the alpha wolf when we were sent by our instructor to hunt a wild wolf. If it wasn't for me, he would have been bitten to death by the wolf." Dorios' words were so convincing that the others in the tent subconsciously looked at Leotychides. Indeed, Prososus did have a rather obvious slender scar on his chin. If Leotychides had grown a beard and tied up his hair, Dorios would not be too sure. But now, other than the wrinkles on his face, Leotychides did not look much different from when he was young. With the continuous reform of the regime in Sparta over the past few decades, the power of the king was almost gone. But other than the right to command the army, there was another right that had never been taken away. That was, the princes did not have to participate in the cruel military training since young. Otherwise, babies like Agesilaus, who was born with a foot problem, would have been thrown into the valley. But Leotychides was one of the few royals who volunteered to participate in Agesilaus' training. Naturally, he received a lot of attention from the other Sparta youths in the military camp. Leotychides, on the other hand, rarely paid attention to other people. It was just that the wolf kiss that almost killed him left a deep impression in his memory. So even though the Sparta man in front of him was dirty and covered in blood, he could roughly guess who he was. This world is so small. Leotychides sighed in his heart. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Leave this captive. All of you are dismissed." Mucalus stared at Leotychides. Seeing his calm and determined expression, he opened his mouth but did not say anything in the end. Instead, he turned around and left the tent. Two guards were a little hesitant. "Commander, it's too dangerous to leave this Sparta man alone in the tent. Do you think I'm afraid of an injured Sparta man? Get out," Leotychides said firmly. The guards obediently left, leaving only Leotychides and Dorios in the tent. The two looked at each other. After a while, Leotychides broke the silence. He pointed at the wooden stool beside him and said, "Have a seat." Dorios did not hesitate. He dragged his injured left leg and sat on the stool. "I didn't expect to meet you here," Dorios, Leotychides said slowly. I also didn't expect that the Prince of Sparta would become the general of Dionia. Dorios sighed with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Why not? Agesilaus became the king. If I didn't escape from Sparta, would I want to stay in Sparta and be constantly accused of being a bastard? Then, like my mother, suffer injustice and commit suicide? Leotychides' voice was trembling. He was emotional, which was rare for him. At that time, other than Dionia, which dared to oppose Sparta, the other city-states were either allies of Sparta or subordinates of Sparta. I didn't have many choices, but now it seems that my choice was right. That's why I'm here today. You made the right choice. Dorios heard this and immediately became angry. Without a declaration of war, Dionia attacked the precious property left to us by our ancestors, Messenia. This is completely untrustworthy. Do you know how much trouble Sparta will suffer if we lose Messenia? How many people will lose their noble citizenship and become lowly people after losing Messenia? Just because you have a grudge against King Agesilaus, you're willing to harm all the people of Sparta. Don't forget that you're also a citizen of Sparta. Leotychides knocked on the table with his hand and said calmly, I am now a citizen of Dionia. The decision to attack Messenia was not made by me. It was an order from His Majesty the Devers. Besides, it was Sparta that did not keep its word. It was you who ended the peace treaty early, so that Thebes could have the chance to ally with us, Dionia. Now, you have violated the Callias Treaty and led troops to attack Thebes again. Of course, Dionia has to honor the treaty. But Thebes have signed a truce with us, Sparta. Dorios roared. There have been rumors of this in Dionia, but Thebes did not send any messengers to inform us. Moreover, Dionia is so far away from Greece that it is impossible to confirm whether the rumors are true or not. So, the plan of attack has not changed. Besides, there are some citizens of Dionia who were born in Messenia. His Majesty the Devers had promised them that he would restore Messenia's independence. Today he has fulfilled his promise. Leotychides said casually. So, Dionia has decided to become the enemy of Sparta. Dorios said fiercely. Don't think that just because Dionia is the ruler of the Western Mediterranean, that it is invincible. It is only because of your undeclared war that we were unprepared, that you were lucky enough to succeed. But soon, we, Sparta, will gather our army and recapture Messenia. When that time comes, I am afraid that it will be the soldiers of Dionia who will become prisoners of Sparta. If Sparta really sends an army to fight for Messenia, that would be the best. Leotychides' tone was heavy. His eyes flashed with a strange light as he looked at Dorios. In fact, even if you don't say it, we are well aware of the current situation of Sparta. There are no more than 500 Sparta warriors stationed in Messenia, and all the Sparta warriors add up to less than 2,000. Therefore, these elders passed a resolution to grant some Pariasi and a few black rogues as Sparta citizens, but they are not given any land. In fact, their status is still low, and they do not have a strong desire to fight. They even have conflicts with the Sparta warriors. Also, the years of nonstop fighting have made many Sparta warriors unable to supervise the work of their black rogues, and thus unable to pay enough taxes. Thus, they are deprived of the right to eat public meals. In fact, they have become lowly people. They must have deep resentment in their hearts. I think the current situation of Sparta is probably worse than when they hunted down Gendin. Chapter 11:51. Dorius' expression changed drastically when he heard this. After a long time, he squeezed out a sentence. We have the support of Persia, Leotychides sneered. What an irony. I remember when we first joined the army for training, our goal was to defeat Athens and Persia. I didn't expect the Sparta warriors to be proud of being a vassal of Persia. Dorius' face turned red, and he was speechless. Since you saved my life, I'll let you go back to Sparta tomorrow. Tell Agesilaus and the Council of Elders what I said before. Let them understand why Dionia sent troops to Messenia. At the same time, tell Agesilaus. Leotychides stood up and said in a powerful voice, I, Leotychides, will wait for him in Messenia. Guards! The guards entered the tent. Dorius was still shouting, "Leotychides, no matter what, you are the Prince of Sparta. Your ancestors led the people of Sparta to create the glory of Sparta. Do you really have the heart to destroy the motherland that gave birth to you and raised you?" Leotychides answered without hesitation. "The current Sparta will only be destroyed under the rule of Agesilaus, the Council of Elders, and the Censors. Only under the rule of Dionia will Sparta be reborn." After that, Leotychides waved his hand. "Take him away." After returning to his tent, Mukru did not rest. The news that Leotychides was most likely a Sparta made him uneasy. Although he had worked with Leotychides for many years and had a deep friendship, after a series of mental struggles, he still decided to report to the military judge. Just as he was about to leave the tent, the guards came to inform him that Commander Prosos wanted to see him immediately. Mukru hurried into the tent. As soon as he saw Leotychides, he asked, "Commander, are you really a Sparta? And a Prince of Sparta at that?" "That's right. I'm the only son of the former king of Sparta, Agesilaus. My original name is Leotychides." The commander of the Dionia Expeditionary Army looked at Mukru calmly and said with a serious expression, "After my father died of illness, my uncle Agesilaus used a trick to seize the throne and suppress me. He even forced my mother to commit suicide. I had no choice but to escape from Sparta and come to Dionia. Considering my special identity, and to avoid being hunted down by Sparta, I decided to hide my identity. After accepting this military mission, Leotychides had already considered the possibility of exposing his true identity. He was already mentally prepared for this, which was why he spoke so calmly." Mukru heaved a sigh of relief, but he was still a little worried. "Commander, Sparta is your mother country after all. When our army fights with Sparta's army, or when we attack Sparta's territory, can you really give orders calmly without any interference?" Leotychides replied impatiently, "I've already said that I'm a citizen of Dionia. Sparta is now our enemy. I will not show mercy on the battlefield." Mukru nodded, but he was still a little worried. "I'm worried that the morale of the soldiers will be affected if they know about this. I'll need you, the staff officer, to help me out a little more. But you don't have to worry too much. Once I lead my army and fight with Sparta again, all doubts will be eliminated," said Leotychides meaningfully. In the past, the Dionysian army had an adjutant who was responsible for assisting the military commander. In recent years, the Dionysian army had undergone a new reform. The adjutant was abolished and a new advisor was added. This increase and decrease did not change much in terms of numbers, but there was a significant change in the responsibilities. The advisor was appointed by the staff department of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Not only did he have to assist the military commander in handling various military affairs, he also had the right to make suggestions and supervise the military commander. Also, if the military commander was injured or unable to take command due to other reasons, he also had the right to temporarily take command. "All right, leave this matter to me," Mukru replied seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, the tent was pushed open. Tiltotus barged in and said anxiously, "Father, I heard that you're a citizen of Sparta. Is this true?" Mukru immediately gave Leotychides a look, which meant, "Look, the news is already spread." "What did you hear this news?" asked Leotychides with a serious expression. "That Sparta prisoner has been shouting loudly, and many soldiers heard it. Is this true?" After realizing that Dorios was deliberately trying to disrupt the morale of the army, Leotychides' face darkened. He immediately called the guards and gave an order: "Beat Dorios up, then gag his mouth." Seeing that Leotychides was explaining the situation to his son, Mukru quietly walked out of the tent. After receiving the news, several commanders, military judges, and Tisius visited Leotychides one after another. They all wanted to ask Leotychides if the rumor was true. Leotychides did not speak as much in the past year as he did in the past 2 days. Naturally, he was not in a good mood. Although the news that Commander Prosos might be a prince of Sparta caused a commotion in the army, it did not affect the various departments of the Expeditionary Army to carry out their work as planned after the occupation of Messenia. Although Sparta had evacuated from the Messenian plains, A small number of them were hiding in the mountains in the north. The garrison of Pylos decisively retreated to the northern border of Messenia after receiving the news, and some of them were hiding in the pass fortress of Mount Aegidos. Unwilling to accept defeat, they began to raid the Daionia army last night. The 3 well-trained legions and the 1st Flotilla infantry were well guarded and did not suffer too many losses. After another day, Leotychides, who had temporarily gotten rid of the rumor, issued a new order. Legio 6 was to go to the northern border, build a defensive camp, and protect the safety of the territory. Legio 4 was to build a camp outside the pass of Mount Aegidos to block the shortcut of Sparta to Messenia. Tisius and other Daionia citizens of Messenia took a small number of soldiers and traveled through the villages of Messenia, killing or capturing Sparta sheriffs and other Sparta people. They constantly announced to the Black Rogues that the Sparta people have been driven out of Messenia by the Dionysian army, and they have regained their freedom. Then they enthusiastically talked about their compatriots, conveyed the goodwill of the kingdom of Daionia, and encouraged them to bravely rise up and build their own city-state. At the same time, they also distributed food and supplies looted from Sparta to these poor Black Rogues. Along with this team were the medical personnel of the Legion, who took the initiative to treat the sick Black Rogues. The Black Rogues, who were treated like cattle and sheep by the Sparta people since birth, had never enjoyed such kindness. They were all moved to tears, and the sound of crying could be heard everywhere. They firmly remembered the name Daionia in their hearts. Most of the Black Rogues did not receive any education. They worked in the fields all their lives, and it was impossible for them to participate in the governance of a city-state. However, because of the small population of Sparta and the frequent wars in the past few decades, there were not enough people to manage Messenia. Therefore, they appointed a few Messenians as the village leaders of each village. Other than paying less taxes and having more freedom, they had no other rights. They were regularly hunted by young Sparta warriors, and their deaths were in vain. If the harvest of the whole village was not good, and the taxes were insufficient, these village leaders would be severely punished. The lightest punishment would be beatings. Sparta's punishment was famous throughout Greece for being extremely heavy, and there were often people who were beaten to death or maimed. It was the same for their allies. So many Greeks openly said that the Sparta people were cruel and barbaric, and the more serious punishment would be having their hands and feet chopped off. Therefore, they lived in fear. But because of this, they had good management skills. Tisius gathered them together and invited them to participate in the construction and governance of a new Messenia. They were all overjoyed. Of course, the future leadership of Messenia would mainly be held by these citizens from Daionia. When the Devers summoned them for negotiations, they specially gave them an order. Those who stayed in Messenia were allowed to retain their citizenship of Daionia. According to the laws of Daionia, dual nationality was not allowed. The reason why this group of people was made an exception was because the Devers considered that after defeating Sparta and conquering Messenia, they could not incorporate this region into the kingdom of Daionia for the time being. Otherwise, it would cause the entire Greek population to be united against a common enemy. Therefore, they allowed the Messenians to govern themselves, fully rely on Daionia, and become an important support force for Daionia in Greece. Therefore, this group of people was key. They would become the future pillars of Messenia's leadership. So it was very important to retain their citizenship of Daionia and keep them loyal to the kingdom of Daionia. These people, led by Tisius, also knew that time was running out. The news of Messenia regaining its independence would soon spread throughout Greece, and the exiles might return here one after another. They had to form a government as soon as possible and create a stable political system so that the latecomers could only follow their lead. In fact, the system of government of New Messenia had long been formulated in the royal palace of Daionia. Daonia's citizens of Messenia and the village chiefs of Helos would form the Messenian Council, a total of 223 people, known as the Council of 300, with 65% of Daonia's citizens, which would be responsible for the formulation of laws, diplomacy, war, and other important matters. Then, the council would elect 5 members from the council every year to form the General Executive Committee, which would be responsible for the internal affairs of the city and leading the troops in battle. Chapter 1152. These village chiefs were already grateful to Dionia for being able to gain their freedom. Now that they could also become the higher-ups of this new city-state, they were overjoyed and did not have any other considerations. Not only did they agree to all the suggestions from their fellow Dionia compatriots, but they also took the initiative to propose that the candidates for the Council of Generals should be from Dionia, as they were more knowledgeable and had more experience in governing a country. Of course, the people from Dionia did not refuse. 5 generals were quickly selected, and Tisius, a senator of the kingdom of Dionia, became the chief. Ionicus watched all this from the sidelines. Although he could see some clues, he did not dare to make trouble. He had witnessed Ionia's unusually strong military power, whether it was the navy or the army, and even its complete military logistics, which made him realize the horror of this kingdom from the western Mediterranean. Unexpectedly, Tisius quickly found him and made it clear that as long as he was willing to join Messenia, there would be a seat for him in the council. Ionicus thought for a while and finally agreed. Although he grew up in Elis, he did not have much influence in the council and had never held an important position. The reason was known to everyone, but it was not said out loud. He was a Messenian immigrant. However, he also put forward a condition. He hoped to bring a few Messenian immigrants from Elis who he had a good relationship with to join the new city-state and become a member of the council. Tisius agreed. Ionicus immediately applied for a fast ship from the first flotilla and hurried back to Elis. The new Messenian government, headed by Tisius, continued to promulgate laws in full swing. All the Hercules in Messenia would not only be free, but they would also become citizens of New Messenia and would be given land. With the assistance of the village chiefs, the counselors from Dionia would confirm and register the population and land of each village for subsequent distribution. In order to protect this hard-won freedom and independence, the citizens of New Messenia must receive strict training from the soldiers of Dionia in order to defend their city-state when the Sparta army attacked. New Messenia must also have its own city. The council quickly made a decision to rebuild the city of Messenia as the center of the new city-state. Other than that, no other cities would be built so that the citizens could be more united. Thus, it was the turn of the soldiers of the First Ionia Legion. They would lead the new citizens of Messenia to expand the former Sparta barracks into a town. A Greek city-state also needed a patron god. The original patron god of the Messenians was Zeus, but Tigia and the others easily convinced the village chiefs not to believe in him. This was because the Messenians had lost 3 wars in the past, which meant that Zeus did not bless them at all. Out of gratitude and trust to Dionia, the citizens of New Messenia finally decided to ask Hades for protection. At the same time, the council also decided to erect statues of the heroes Aristodemus and Aristomenes, who had once led the people against Sparta. The council also decided to send messengers to the city-states of the Peloponnesus Peninsula to inform them of the independence of Messenia in order to gain their support. Of course, Sparta was not one of them. The Messenian plains were filled with a joyous atmosphere, but the territory of Sparta across the Taygetos mountains was gloomy. The defeat of Leuctra had not yet affected Sparta, but now an even greater disaster had suddenly befallen them. Messenia had been taken away. Messenia was extremely important to Sparta. 60% of the entire city-state's agricultural output came from there. Half of Sparta's land was also there. In addition, more than half of Sparta's labor came from Messenia. Without Messenia, Sparta's strength would be reduced by at least half. However, when the news of Messenia's capture came, the vengeful Sparta did not immediately organize an army to attack Messenia as usual, because Sparta was now in a precarious situation. Previously, Sparta was determined to send troops to attack the Mandinia-led Arcadia Union, but only a small number of Peloponnesus's allies responded to the call. So, until now, the coalition army to attack the Arcadia Union had not been formed, and there was a huge shortage of military supplies. In such a terrible situation, Sparta did not have the strength to fight against the stronger Dionysian army. In the Elder Council, the censor and the elders all cursed Dionia's treachery, but there was nothing they could do about the predicament Sparta was facing. Agesilaus, who attended the meeting despite his illness, was also furious. He scolded them for being short-sighted. They knew that Dionia had been hostile to Sparta for a long time, but they still did not listen to his advice and ended the friendly agreement with Dionia prematurely. As a result, the Thebes took the opportunity to form an alliance with Dionia, causing the Devers' threat to Sparta to come true. Messenia was captured more than a decade ago. Some elders refuted, pointing out that Agesilaus was also an active promoter of Sparta, seeking support from Persia and ending the war with the Thebes as soon as possible. Agesilaus should understand that if Sparta did not break off relations with Dionia, they would definitely not be able to gain the trust of the king of Persia. The Elder Council finally made this decision because they had no other choice. Other than the censor, the elders were all old and would not waste their energy on meaningless curses and arguments. It did not take long for everyone to calm down and discuss how to solve the huge threat that Sparta was facing. As the city-state in Greece that had the most dealings with Dionia, they more or less knew the strength of the kingdom on the Italian peninsula. They did not think that the current Sparta could fight against it. Naturally, they turned their eyes to Persia for help. Therefore, the envoy of Persia, Datis, who was still in the city, was invited to the meeting. When Datis heard the news that Dionia had sent troops to attack Messenia, he felt nervous. Instead of being arrogant, he was very proactive. After all, he had come to Sparta with a mission. Now, he had failed to realize the plan of Sparta to unite all the city-states in Greece. Instead, Dionia invaded Peloponnesus prematurely. This was very likely to ruin the strategic plan of the king of Persia. Therefore, he had to work hard to salvage the situation. First, Datis comforted the people of Sparta not to be too nervous. A large amount of food supplies and 50 Italian dolics were on the way from Persia. He also promised to ask the king of Persia to donate more gold and silver to Sparta. At the same time, he would allow Sparta to recruit soldiers in Asia Minor so that it could build a large army as soon as possible to defeat the incoming Dionysian army. The Battle of Leuctra had shaken Sparta's hegemony. Coupled with the establishment of the Arcadia Union, most of the allies of Sparta were not as active as before. Therefore, the people of Sparta had to recruit soldiers in Macedonia, Thrace, Ionia, and Asia Minor, which obviously cost money. The censor and elders calmed down a little, but they soon discovered the biggest problem. Recruiting soldiers and building an army required time, and now the Dionysian army was west of Mount Taygetos. They could invade Sparta's territory at any time. Agesilaus analyzed the situation seriously. If the Dionysian army wanted to attack Sparta, they had three options. The first option was to take the middle route and cross Mount Taygetos. However, Mount Taygetos was steep and controlled by the Dionysian army. The second option was to take the northern route and cross Arcadia region to invade Sparta. However, the cities in Arcadia region had never had any dealings with Dionia. Now that they had formed an alliance, they would not easily allow a large foreign army to pass through their territory. The third option was to take the southern route and allow the army to enter Lagania Bay and land on the coast of Sparta. According to the information obtained from the defeated warriors of Messenia, Dionia had many transport ships and their army was fast and fierce. This route was the biggest threat to Sparta. Everyone agreed that Agesilaus was right. After some discussion, the Council of Elders finally made a decision to temporarily suspend the military action against the Arcadia alliance and send envoys to express their goodwill. At the same time, they urgently mobilized the territory's military, strengthened the defense of the coast, and quickly built facilities to prevent landing. They also recruited the young Pariasis and Heliosci in the territory into the army. Moreover, the Council of Elders specifically passed a resolution to deal with the Heliois soldiers. Only the Heliois soldiers who performed well in the war would be granted freedom. Agesilaus also requested Datis, the envoy of Persia, that Persia could send a fleet to help Sparta defend Lagania Bay. Datis agreed and promised to convey Sparta's request to the king of Persia. In addition, The Council of Elders also decided to send an envoy to Messenia. In addition to taking the opportunity to find out the next move of the Dionysian army, the main purpose was to delay the attack of Dionia as much as possible under the guise of discussion, so as to buy time for Sparta to build an army. This important meeting that concerned the life and death of Sparta only ended in the afternoon. Agesilaus dragged his tired body home and immediately summoned Xenophon, who had been waiting in his mansion. He briefly told him the contents of the previous meeting. That night, Xenophon received the news that the Dionysian army had landed on the coast of Elis. He felt very uneasy and rode to Sparta at dawn. Unfortunately, he lived far away from Sparta. When he arrived at Agesilaus' mansion, Sparta had already received the news that the huge fleet of Dionia had invaded Lagania Bay. However, before Sparta could send reinforcements, the Dionysian army had already landed on the coast of Lagania Bay. Chapter 1153. When Sparta faced a crisis, Xenophon chose to stay. At this moment, he was a little surprised to hear Agesilaus' words. "You want me to be the messenger to Messenia? This is my suggestion, and the other elders have also expressed their agreement," Agesilaus said solemnly. It can be seen that everyone agrees that in such a difficult situation, only you can perform the duties of a messenger. Xenophon did not feel proud of this. Instead, he looked ashamed. "But the last time I went to Thurii, the results were not good. Dionia still declared war on Sparta. It's not your fault." Agesilaus comforted him, then said in a low voice, "Ever since we announced the end of the friendly agreement with Dionia, Dionia appeared to be peaceful. There were no abnormalities. It was only when the Thebes took the initiative to form an alliance that Dionia had the intention to send troops to Peloponnesus. Of course," he sighed and said with a heavy heart, "if we could defeat the Thebes and Leuctra, perhaps Dionia would not have sent troops to invade Messenia. When a lion falls ill, even wild dogs will come to bully it. Moreover, Dionia is a terrifying beast. Sigh, I should have taken the initiative to ask for the right to command the army." Xenophon knew that the crushing defeat in the Battle of Leuctra had a huge impact on Sparta. Many people resented Cleombrotus for his incompetence. The Elder Council had not held a funeral for him until now, and naturally had not chosen a new king from the Eulopontides royal family. Of course, this had to do with the urgency of the situation and the lack of time. Since it has already happened, there is no point in regretting it. We must face reality and do our best to solve the current crisis. Don't worry, I will also do my best to complete this mission. In order to comfort the depressed Agesilaus, Xenophon immediately made a promise. At the same time, he said with a serious expression, "You and I both know that the kingdom of Dionia is powerful. The last time I went to Thurii, it gave me a great shock. Even if we can finally defeat the Dionysian army this time and recapture Messenia, Sparta is not far from Dionia. Dionia is fully capable of sending troops to invade Peloponnesus. Does Sparta want to keep fighting with Dionia? Even with Persia's support, I'm afraid Sparta will not be able to bear it." Agesilaus stroked his forehead with great effort. After a while, he said in a low voice, "For Sparta, the most important thing now is to get through the current crisis. There is no time to think about the future." Xenophon was stunned. He looked at Agesilaus, who was half lying on the wooden chair. He realized that the wrinkled face of this king who had been fighting for half his life looked especially old at this moment. There was also a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Xenophon suddenly realized that Agesilaus, whom he had always thought was wise and far-sighted, also felt helpless against the invasion of the Dionysian army. He hesitated for a while, and finally mustered up the courage to suggest that Agesilaus should seriously consider making peace with Messenia after defeating the Dionysian army. But at this moment, Archidamus walked into the living room. "Father, the Elder Council has invited you for a meeting." "I just came back from the meeting. Why is there a meeting again?" Agesilaus was stunned. "Dorieus is back. He said he brought important information." "Dorieus did not die in battle." Agesilaus was surprised. According to the soldiers who had retreated, Dorieus had the intention to die in battle, so he stayed in Messenia alone. "How is he still alive?" I heard that he was released by the Dionia. Archidamus had a look of disdain on his face. Like most of the Sparta soldiers, he was furious that Dorieus did not lead the soldiers to fight the enemy to the death, but instead ordered the army to abandon Messenia. However, Dorieus bravely chose to stay, which reduced their anger slightly. But now that they knew that Dorieus did not die in battle and had become a prisoner of the Dionia, they were even more disdainful of him. Agesilaus had once expressed his approval of Dorieus's actions. In a situation where the enemy was too strong and unprepared, it required great courage and wisdom to dare to abandon Messenia to preserve their strength instead of fighting head-on. So he had once regretted that Dorieus ultimately chose to die in battle. "Quick, bring me my wooden staff," Agesilaus said immediately, at the same time struggling to stand up. "Father, you don't have to be too anxious. They will wait patiently for you to reach the meeting." Archidamus quickly went forward to support him. Agesilaus wanted to reach the meeting as soon as possible to protect Dorieus and avoid the censor's criticism and punishment. After all, these young censors who were born as ordinary citizens were not as mature and prudent as the elders, and they were too radical in their actions. With Agesilaus' current physical condition, it might be better to travel in a sedan chair, but in Sparta, where everyone worshipped martial arts, there was no habit of taking a sedan chair at all. Fortunately, Agesilaus' mansion was not far from the meeting. With his son's help, he hobbled to the meeting. They met many Spartans along the way, and they all greeted the respected king. Most of them asked Agesilaus anxiously, "When are we going to gather the citizens, attack Messenia, and chase away the enemies there?" Even though they already knew that the Dionysian army in Messenia had a large number of people, most of them, including the elderly and women, were not afraid. Instead, they were full of fighting spirit. However, even though the people were agitated, after hearing Agesilaus' perfunctory words, although they were somewhat dissatisfied, they did not pester him endlessly. They were not like the other city-states, where the citizens gathered to protest at the council whenever something major happened. Before Agesilaus stepped into the meeting, he heard the censor's angry reprimand. "You're quibbling. The fact that there are too many Dionia soldiers on land is not a reason for you to retreat without a fight. Why don't you learn from Bernarda?" When the people of Athens landed in Messenia, even though the number of soldiers he led was far less than the opponent, he still chose to fight without hesitation, and in the end, he won. Compared to him, not only are you weak, but you're also useless. I don't know how you were selected into the king's guards. Agesilaus hurriedly walked in, and the moment he stepped into the meeting, he immediately felt the atmosphere was a little strange. The meeting suddenly became quiet, and both the elders and censors focused their attention on him, and their gazes were very strange. "What did you say?" "The commander of the Dionysian army in Messenia is Leotychides." After listening to Dorieus, Agesilaus shouted in disbelief. Looking at King Agesilaus, who rarely lost his composure, Dorieus said with a deep voice, "Even though the Dionia soldiers call him Prososus, he is indeed Leotychides. I've been training with him since I was young. I would never mistake him, and he admitted it himself." Prososus. Agesilaus was a little absent-minded. He now knew why everyone in the meeting had a strange expression. According to what we know, Prososus was once the commander of the 8th Legion of the Kingdom of Dionia. He once led the army in the war between Dionia and Carthage to defeat Carthage many times, and made great contributions to Dionia's victory over Carthage. Therefore, after the war, he became the commander of the 1st Legion, which the people of Dionia claim to be the strongest army. He also once led the army to conquer the fierce indigenous Gauls of northern Italy. So he was known by the people of Dionia as the most victorious general after the king of Devers and Alexis. I didn't expect him to be a Sparta, and the son of Arsis. The one who spoke was Praxitas, a nearly 70-year-old Sparta elder who was once the regent of the Eulopones royal family. In the past, he had always been against Agesilaus, but the defeat of the Leuctra battle had caused many people to complain about the Eulopones royal family. In the meeting, Praxitas was much quieter. It was rare for such a strange thing to make Agesilaus suffer, so he couldn't wait to stand up and speak. With a gloating expression, he said, "Our Yilapani's royal family is not in a good situation, and your Agidai royal family won't be any better." Says Dorios said that this Leotychides grew up in Sparta and only left at the age of 23. He should still have some feelings for our Sparta. I think we can send an emissary to persuade him to take some actions that are beneficial to us. A censor glanced at Agesilaus and suggested, "You are still young and don't understand the situation back then." An elder said, "The citizens of Sparta will not leave their hometown unless they commit a crime and are banished from the city." Leotychides must have escaped from Sparta with extreme resentment. I even think he might have played a big role in Dionia's declaration of war against Sparta. With that, he looked at Agesilaus. "I don't think Leotychides would take the initiative to instigate Dionia to attack Sparta." Dorios looked at Agesilaus and said hesitantly, "But he did tell me personally that he came for revenge." Almost everyone in the meeting would subconsciously consider Agesilaus when discussing this topic. They knew that Leotychides' current situation was closely related to Agesilaus, but no one dared to directly point it out, including Praxedis. This had something to do with the great reputation that Agesilaus had built in Sparta over the past few decades. It also had something to do with the fact that Cleombrotus had died in battle and another king had yet to ascend the throne. The people were more reliant on the capable Agesilaus. Chapter 1154. However, Agesilaus had remained silent ever since he found out about this. Some people suggested to change the messenger and send someone close to Leotychides. Some people who understood the situation back then objected, thinking that this would only be counterproductive. Both sides argued endlessly and could not reach a consensus, so they had to temporarily turn to another topic: Dorios' retreat without a fight and his abandonment of Myrcenia. At this time, Agesilaus spoke up. He supported Dorios, causing Dorios to only be deprived of his right to a communal meal and become a lowly person. On the way home, Agesilaus once again saw the people greeting him, but he had a different feeling in his heart. Back home, he was alone in a room, pondered for a long time, and finally made a decision. In Myrcenia, the soldiers of the various Dionia legions were busy every day under the leadership of the team officers and engineers, building the city of Myrcenia, building simple docks, building important defense camps. The helos of this land were quickly organized by the village chiefs of the various villages and rotated to the military camps of Dionia. These Myrcenian citizens, led by Tisius, registered them and officially announced them as citizens of the new city-state in the name of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia and New Myrcenia. At the same time, they were allocated land and briefly explained the political system and laws of New Myrcenia to them. These helos, who had been ordered around by the Sparta since they were young, were confused, but they were very clear about one thing. They were free. They were the masters of this land. After living in darkness for so long, they suddenly saw the light. The helos were extremely grateful to the people of Dionia. At the same time, with the reminder of Tisius and the others, they did not want the happiness that they had just obtained to be snatched away by the people of Sparta, so all of them were filled with boundless energy. They actively participated in the construction of the city of Myrcenia and other facilities, and in addition to the hard work, they also participated in the military training organized by the soldiers of Dionia. At night, when they returned home, almost all of them were exhausted, but few of them complained of tiredness. The high spirits of the Helots also infected the soldiers of Dionia, so that the whole of Messenia was full of vitality. Leotychides was the only one who felt more and more depressed. Not only did he have to give a detailed explanation to the corps commanders, senior team officers, and even Sicerian, but the rumor that he was the Prince of Sparta had spread throughout the Dionysian army in the past 2 days. Whether he wandered in the camp or went out for inspection, he was faced with strange looks from the soldiers. He learned from his son that the most popular topic among the soldiers was, "Since His Excellency Prososus is the Prince of Sparta, will he lead us to fight against Sparta and destroy them?" Leotychides understood that the whole army was still in good order because of the deterrence of military law and the influence of his illustrious achievements in the past. But if this continued, it would inevitably affect his control of the army, leading to a decline in combat effectiveness. But in a short period of time, he could not show his determination to the soldiers. At this time, he was really a little helpless and regretted being too careless before. So he simply shut himself in and stayed in the big tent. "Commander, there's a small boat coming from the east, saying that it is a messenger from Sparta, asking to see you." The staff officer Mukru walked into the big tent and reported to him. A messenger from Sparta. Leotychides thought that this was a good opportunity. "Bring him here," informed the corps commanders and the 3 corps commanders to come to the big tent for a discussion. And the military judge. As Leotychides' partner of many years, Mukru heard this and could roughly guess what he wanted to do. So he immediately replied, "Okay." Leotychides was the commander of several corps. According to the military law of Dionia, his tent had to be spacious enough for military meetings, so a staff officer, a military judge, 2 corps commanders, and 24 corps commanders stood together in the tent. There was still a passage in the middle, so it did not seem too crowded. "Report, the messenger from Sparta has arrived. Let him in." Leotychides sat upright, his face cold and solemn. The generals on both sides also straightened their bodies, but there was more or less a trace of curiosity on their serious faces. The curtain of the tent opened, and a white-haired old man walked in. Not only was his body slightly hunched, his body was very thin, and he was also walking with a limp. The generals were surprised. Sparta actually sent a disabled old man as a messenger. What is the meaning of this? Only Leotychides, who was sitting in the middle, suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared at the person who walked in. The Sparta messenger held a wooden staff in his hand, his eyes also staring straight at Leotychides, and he unconsciously staggered forward. It was not until he was stopped by the guards that he came back to his senses and said in a disappointed tone, "Dorios is not mistaken. You are indeed my nephew, Leotychides." As soon as he said this, the surrounding generals were shocked. According to the age and appearance of the messenger, some of them quickly came up with an unbelievable answer in their hearts. "You are the king of Sparta, Agesilaus?" Olivers could not help but ask aloud. There was a sudden uproar in the military tent. Most of the people present were high-ranking officers of Dionia. According to the usual practice, they would naturally go through the information in the military camp before coming to Greece to fight with Sparta, to strengthen their understanding of Sparta in order to know themselves as well as the enemy. The most mentioned person in the information about Sparta was Agesilaus. This Sparta king had achieved impressive results against Persia and other Greek city-states in his decades of conquest. He was famous in the eastern Mediterranean Sea. At this time, in the eyes of the people present, he was just an old man with a frail body. There was no sign of a Sparta warrior at all. It was no wonder that some Greeks who were hostile to him called him the king of Sparta, who is the least like a Sparta. However, his courage to come alone was indeed admirable. Mukalu subconsciously looked at Leotychides, only to see the Dionia commander leaning forward with his right elbow on the table and his left hand on his thigh. His body was leaning forward, his face was frighteningly gloomy, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Although Agesilaus' appearance had changed a lot, Leotychides still recognized him at first glance. At that moment, a wave of anger rushed to his head. He could not help but want to rush forward and stab Agesilaus to pacify his decades of hatred. However, the cold temperament that he had developed over the years and his current identity suppressed the impulse in his heart, allowing him to maintain some calmness. He exhaled softly. He wanted to see what this cowardly man who rarely went in a battle was planning to do by risking his life to come here. Agesilaus ignored the questions from the people around him. He saw that the person in front of him was gloomy and silent, and his expression gradually became sorrowful. "I know that you must have hated me for all these years, thinking that I took away your throne. When your father passed away, I really wanted to become the king of Sparta. I'm similar to you. We were discriminated against by the people since young, so we always wanted to do something to prove ourselves. You broke the tradition of the royal family and participated in Agago's training. But because of my health," Agesilaus patted his broken leg, and his words became more honest. I couldn't fight for glory like a normal Sparta citizen, so I wanted to become the king and command the army to win. At that time, Sparta's situation in Greece wasn't too good. I was confident that I could lead Sparta out of its predicament better than the young and energetic you. So, sigh. Agesilaus let out a long sigh from the bottom of his heart, and his eyes became a little lonely. But Sparta's situation today is worse than back then. It's obvious that I haven't done well all these years. Maybe I was wrong back then, and I shouldn't have fought with you for the throne. Leotychides glared at the sincere king of Sparta. The aggressive, confident, and arrogant image in his mind had now become old and lifeless. He loosened his fist, then clenched it again, and squeezed out a sentence in a cold tone. You forced my mother to her death. Agesilaus did not avoid his nephew's knife-like gaze. He said calmly and painfully, in order to become king, I did use some despicable means, but I never thought that I would force your mother to her death, and also force you to leave. All these years, whenever I think of this, I feel a little sad. Perhaps Sparta's situation today is Zeus's punishment for my sins. As Agesilaus spoke, his whole body slowly squatted down, his right hand supporting himself with a wooden staff. His healthy right leg bent, while his left leg dragged behind, and he actually knelt on the ground. Everyone was shocked. The dignified king of Sparta actually knelt in front of everyone. Leotychides was also surprised, but his wooden expression effectively concealed his emotions. Agesilaus' next words were even more shocking. If killing me can eliminate the anger in your heart, I am willing to die by your sword. I only hope that my death can make you no longer hate the Agedi family that gave birth to you and raised you. No longer hate the people of Sparta who have the blood of Hercules flowing in their veins like you. Think about the majestic mountains of Taygetos, the surging rivers of Ordas, the ancient temple of Artemis, the arduous Ago training. That beautiful land was created by the great gods. We, the people of Sparta, have lived there for hundreds of years under the guidance of the gods. Even if it is destroyed one day, it should not be done by you, a pure royal of Sparta, because when you grow old and recall the past, perhaps you will feel pain and regret like me. Chapter 1155. Agesilaus. Leotychides sneered and interrupted him. Is this how you want to stop me from leading the army to attack Sparta? Isn't it too clumsy? As Leotychides spoke, he stood up and walked towards the king of Sparta, who was kneeling on the ground. Agesilaus looked up at his nephew, who was walking towards him with a frosty expression and thunderous footsteps. There was not a trace of panic on his face, but a hint of joy. The Elder Council will send a special envoy to discuss the war between Dionia and Sparta. The reason I came here is because I just heard from Dorios that the famous general of Dionia, Persosus, is actually you. This is the blessing of Zeus. The war has been going on for years, and the men of our family have died in battle one after another. Now, other than me, only Archidamus is left. Sigh, the noble bloodline of the Agedi family is about to end, and you also know that your brother has not been steady and easily trusting others since he was young. Until now, he has not changed much. He does not have enough ability to lead Sparta out of its current predicament. I have carefully studied your performance in Dionia, and your talent has far surpassed mine. I hope. With a crisp sound, Leotychides pulled out the short sword from his waist and pressed it against Agesilaus' neck. You said that you were willing to use your life to make up for your sins. Leotychides looked down at him as if he was looking at a dead man, and said in a cold tone, I hope you don't regret it. The sharpness of the short sword pierced his heart, and the cold light reflected dazzled his eyes. His body's heartbeat instinctively accelerated, and Agesilaus tried his best to suppress the slight fear in his heart. He straightened his neck, closed his eyes, and said in a serious tone, I was wrong back then, and I want to atone for my sins to your mother and you. After my death, I hope that you can return to Sparta. Before I came here, I have discussed with the censor and the elders. You will inherit the throne that belongs to you. I just hope that you can treat Archidamus well. He is your only silk. Agesilaus gritted his teeth and groaned. His shoulder was cut open by the dagger, and it immediately shocked the people who were watching the show from both sides. The military judge hurriedly shouted, "Lord Proceus, please stop. We can't kill the emissary." Leotychides ignored him and pressed the dagger against Agesilaus' wound. Agesilaus groaned in pain again, his entire body trembling. "Stop!" The military judge shouted anxiously. "If you kill him, you will be violating military law." It also severely damaged the reputation of the kingdom. Hurry up and stop him." Just as the generals were about to charge forward, Leotychides quickly retracted his dagger. With a wave of his hand, a string of blood droplets fell to the ground. He looked down at Agesilaus in disdain. "I thought you were really not afraid of death." Agesilaus collapsed to the ground, but he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "There's nothing to talk about with the people of Sparta. Chase him out of the camp." Leotychides walked back to his seat and said calmly. Of course, the people in the tent would not follow this order. Otherwise, if the old king of Sparta died on the way, Dionia would really become the laughing stock of the Mediterranean countries. Therefore, Mucrager immediately ordered the guards to carry Agesilaus to the medical camp. "Lord Proceus, I will report this matter truthfully to His Majesty," the military judge said solemnly. Leotychides nodded calmly, then waved his hand and said, "The meeting is over. Dismissed." Even if the generals had their own thoughts after watching the show, they wisely left quietly. Only the captain of the First Legion, Adorus, said loudly, "Lord Proceus, please don't be tempted by the people of Sparta. Leave us behind and run back to Sparta." In the past, Leotychides could not be bothered to respond to such a stupid topic, even if the person who spoke was special. However, when he saw the people who were about to leave the tent suddenly slowed down and looked at him, he realized that he had to make a statement. "Don't worry, I'll be a citizen of Dionia until the day I die." Agesilaus' wound was carefully disinfected and bandaged. After observing him for a while and making sure that he was fine, they escorted him back to the pier by the sea. Other than the crew members, there was also Archidamus who insisted on accompanying him. At that moment, when he saw his father's upper body was wrapped in white cloth and he looked dispirited, he quickly went forward to support him and asked angrily, "Father, you're injured? Did the people of Dionia do this?" Agesilaus glared at him and said in a low voice, "I'm fine. Let's hurry back." Although Agesilaus' tone was weak, he had always been a man of his word at home, so Archidamus could only obey. After he helped his father sit down, he glared at the soldiers of Dionia who were monitoring them from the shore and said with hatred, "Shameless people of Dionia, I'll remember this. One day, I'll pay you back in double. Set sail." After the ship left the pier, Agesilaus said, "The commander of the people of Dionia is indeed Leotychides, and I was slashed by him. So it was that bastard who did it." Archidamus gritted his teeth and said, "I've said before that he hates our family to the core, so there's no way he'll listen to your advice. This time, I've gained something from this trip." Agesilaus touched the bandage on his shoulder and recalled the previous situation. He muttered, "Leotychides didn't slash me hard. Even though I'm the envoy of Sparta, I feel that what I said had a certain effect on him. Also, when I met him, the military tent was filled with the generals of Dionia. After listening to what I said, I'm afraid they'll have some thoughts about Leotychides. But the final effect will depend on the following situation. If Leotychides can remember the past, or if he has a conflict with his subordinates, or if the king of Dionia is suspicious of him. As long as it can buy us more time, my trip today will be worth it." Archidamus looked at his father's old and haggard face and felt ashamed. Agesilaus did not notice his son's abnormality. He stared at the coast and said with a sigh, "What I hope the most is that the king of Dionia will withdraw Leotychides. After all, he knows the situation of Sparta too well, and he has indeed changed a lot now." The expressionless face appeared in Agesilaus' mind. He touched the bandage on his shoulder subconsciously again. He has always been very calm, so I can't guess what he's thinking, No wonder he has so many victories in the past. If he's our opponent, it'll be very troublesome. Father, Archidamus immediately said with dissatisfaction, we'll only know who's more powerful on the battlefield when we recruit enough soldiers. We'll let the people of Dionia know why we, Sparta, have always been the overlord of Greece. Agesilaus knew very well that his son had always looked down on Leotychides when he was young and often said the word bastard. So there were some things that he did not say out loud. In his heart, he really wanted Leotychides to return to Sparta because the current Sparta was indeed lacking in talents and could not be compared to Thebes and Athens. If Leotychides, who was the leader of both Sparta and Dionia, could return, he might bring some good changes with his support. But Leotychides' indifferent expression from the beginning to the end made it impossible for him to estimate the probability of this wish coming true. He calmed himself down and said seriously, I took the risk of getting injured this time and gained some benefits. Because the people of Dionia felt guilty, they did not cover my eyes after the meeting. So I was able to observe the situation in the Dionia camp. I've long heard that the medical skills of the kingdom of Dionia are very high, but they actually built a large clinic in the military camp. Not only are there many doctors, but the environment is clean and well-equipped. My wound was quickly treated by them, and they used some treatment methods that I've never seen before. Now, I feel. Agesilaus moved his injured arm. I don't feel any pain now. Instead, I feel a little cool. Very good. Think about it. With such a military clinic as a guarantee, the number of injured soldiers of Dionia dying or becoming disabled will definitely be greatly reduced. Their morale will also be maintained. So after defeating the Dionysian army, we must try our best to capture these doctors of Dionia and make them work for us. Archidamus continued, his face full of greed. As a Sparta warrior who had been fighting for many years, he certainly knew the benefits of having a group of highly skilled doctors. Agesilaus looked at him and continued, I also saw countless soldiers of Dionia digging trenches and building earthen ramparts around their camp, and they have already built a very long earthen rampart. The people of Dionia are strengthening their defenses. Are they preparing to occupy Messenia for a long time? Archidamus gasped. I'm afraid this will be an obstacle for us to recapture Messenia. More importantly, it's not just the soldiers of Dionia who are building the camp. There are also many black rogues. They don't work under the threat of whips, and they seem to be getting along well with the people of Dionia, Agesilaus said with a gloomy expression. Archidamus' expression became solemn, but he also seemed to be a little suspicious. Father, you mean the black rogues of Messenia have all defected to Dionia? But it's only been a few days. Even those barbaric Italian natives have defected to the people of Dionia, let alone these stupid and docile black rogues, Agesilaus said worriedly. With the help of the black rogues, the Dionysian army's control over Messenia will be stronger. It will be more difficult for us to fight them in Messenia, and these black rogues will also affect the stability of Sparta. Chapter 11:56. Are you saying that the black rovers in our territory will be affected by it and will rebel? Archidamus' expression became solemn. The Black Rovers' rebellion was not unprecedented. The Second and Third Meserian Wars happened like this. Father, after you go back, you have to propose to the council to strengthen the control of the Black Rovers. If necessary, you have to carry out a few more hunts to achieve the purpose of deterrence. Archidamus said casually about slaughtering the Black Rovers as if it was slaughtering cattle and sheep. Agesilaus did not feel strange and nodded in agreement. Agesilaus continued, On the way to the dock, I also saw the Dionia people transporting supplies to the camp. Not only were there a large number of carts and laborers transporting the supplies, but there were also some soldiers, team officers, and craftsmen. They were mainly responsible for guarding, commanding, and maintaining. Although the entire transport team was relatively large, it was very orderly, and there was no chaos at all. I've long heard that the Dionysian army also has a special transport team. This time, I've seen it with my own eyes. Father, it's not a big deal for the Dionysian army to have a special transport team. Don't the Persia have it too? They were defeated by us many times. The Greeks usually brought their own rations when they fought. During the battle, If the rations were running out, they would either plunder the local food or the commander would open a market near the camp. Merchants from all over would bring food and supplies to the camp for the soldiers to buy. Archidamus said disapprovingly, "Look at what you said, father. There's a hospital and a transport team. I think the Dionia people have such good logistical support for the army. Can our soldiers still bear hardships? You have to know that the victory of the war is ultimately determined on the battlefield. Only an army that has gone through tough training and is not afraid of death can win the final victory." Archidamus was obviously full of confidence in the combat effectiveness of the Sparta warriors. Agesilaus had to say in a deep voice, "I'm saying all this to tell you that the Dionysian army is different from the other Greek city-state armies we have encountered before. We must be careful. The current Sparta can't afford another defeat. Cough, cough. You're right, I know. You've just been injured, so take a good rest. Don't talk anymore." Archidamus said a few words and turned to the bow. Agesilaus sighed helplessly. He could tell that his son was being perfunctory. That was why he was still leading the army to battle, even though he was already in his 60s. He was worried about Archidamus. He looked at the coast in the distance and thought about what he saw in the Dionia barracks. The worry on his face deepened, and the thought that if Leotychides could really return to Sparta. Mukaloo returned to the camp and entered the tent. He found that Leotychides was still sitting on the main seat, motionless, as if deep in thought. He stepped forward and said softly, "Commander, that the Sparta emissary has been treated by the medical camp and is now fine. He is left by ship." Leotychides seemed to come back to his senses. He looked up at him and asked, "What did you say?" Mukaloo coughed softly and said, "The Sparta emissary has been sent away." Leotychides nodded and did not say anything. He was immersed in his thoughts again. Although Leotychides often had the habit of falling into deep thought during the war, Mukaloo, who had worked with him for many years, still felt that there was something wrong with him at this moment. He did not have the uncomfortable feeling that he used to have. He remembered that he had joked with Leotychides about this once, saying that Leotychides was always thinking about how to defeat the enemy, and that this kind of aura affected the people around him. Could it be that he was thinking about that uncle of his? Just as Mukaloo was thinking about it, he heard Leotychides' voice, "Bring me a pen and paper." Mukaloo hurriedly brought it over and asked, "What order do you want to give?" Leotychides looked at him and said in a calm tone, "There is no order. I want to write a letter to His Majesty." The slightly uneasy Mukaloo did not ask any questions and walked out of the tent. The papyrus was spread on the table, and the pen was dipped in ink, but Leotychides did not start writing. In his mind, the scene of his mother's suicide and Agesilaus kneeling in front of him alternated. It could be said that Agesilaus' visit this time had caused him a lot of trouble. It was not because he completely believed in Agesilaus' words, but because Agesilaus' apology and the sword that he used to cut Agesilaus had made the hatred that had been building up over the years disappear a lot. At this moment, his heart was empty, and the memories of his life in Sparta were churning out from the depths of his heart. In fact, after so many years in Dionia, Leotychides had always maintained the pride of being a Sparta warrior. Now, this pride had suddenly turned into a complicated attachment to his homeland, causing him to lose the desire to fight here. He was also very clear that after this incident, the other generals and soldiers would be even more suspicious of him. If he led such an army into battle in such a state, the result would probably be terrible. Leotychides took a deep breath and resolutely picked up the pen. After the envoy of the Arcadia Union asked Athens for help but was rejected, they had no choice but to turn to the Thebes. At this time, the news of the Dionysian army conquering Messenia spread throughout Peloponnesus and quickly spread to central and northern Greece. Iazon, who had been closely monitoring the situation in the south, soon heard the news and was very surprised. In the past, he had heard about this new rising power in the Western Mediterranean, but he did not think much about it. After all, this country had little influence on Greece. But this time, it dared to directly declare war on Sparta, and even gained the upper hand. This made him realize that the strength of Dionia was probably not just for show. So he suspended the military operations that he was preparing to carry out and decided to observe the development of the situation in the south first. He sent a lot of spies to the Peloponnesus Peninsula to gather information, and he tried his best to collect information about the kingdom of Dionia. Most of the time, he analyzed the situation in the south with his men in his mansion in Phyllis. Therefore, he reduced the number of visits to the barracks outside the city. Thus, he safely passed the day when he was assassinated in his previous life in the city. For the government of the Thebes, the request of the envoy of the Arcadia Union put them in a dilemma. Whether it was following the principle of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, or, from a strategic point of view, the establishment of the Arcadia Union was a great thing for the Thebes. It greatly weakened the power of Sparta. As long as the Thebes and the Arcadia Union could unite, they could completely suppress Sparta in Peloponnesus. However, the Thessaly in the north was preparing for war. The news that Iazon was going to lead the army to the south was spreading like wildfire. Even the Thebes, who had once formed an alliance with Iazon, felt great pressure. They had sent messengers to Phyllis to find out what was going on. However, Iazon had always been perfunctory and did not give a clear answer. This made the Thebes even more vigilant. Even though Peropidas and Epaminondas insisted on sending reinforcements to the Arcadia Union, they were strongly opposed by the other members of the council. Their reason was very good. In the case that the safety of the Thebes could not be guaranteed, the citizens of the Thebes, who had already experienced the pain of losing their city, would never agree to join the army and leave the Boeotia region. Moreover, the other city-states of Boeotia that had formed an alliance with the Thebes would also not agree to send reinforcements for the same reason. In a previous life, the Thebes also hesitated about this for a long time. It was not until Iazon was assassinated and Thessaly was in civil strife that the Thebes decided to send reinforcements to the Arcadia Union. In this life, Iazon had been safe and sound. Although the military mobilization in Thessaly had stopped, the pressure was still there. How could the Thebes dare to be careless? However, when the news of Dionia conquering Myrcenia came, the Thebes were overjoyed. They deeply felt that compared to the alliance in the north that could turn against them at any time, the newly formed kingdom in the west was undoubtedly more reliable. After the Battle of Leuctra, the Thebes led by Epaminondas wanted to take advantage of this victory to expand their victory. However, due to Iazon's obstruction and other reasons, they had no choice but to sign a truce with Sparta. In fact, they were very unwilling. Now that Dionia had directly dealt a heavy blow to Sparta's nest, Sparta would inevitably shift their focus to the Dionysian army. The military pressure that the Thebes suddenly faced from the south and the north was suddenly greatly alleviated. The excited Thebes decided to send messengers to Myrcenia to comfort the Dionysian army. Epaminondas volunteered himself. At the same time, Peropidas solemnly told the messengers of the Arcadia Union that although the Thebes could not support the Arcadia Union for the time being, the Thebes sympathized with the situation of the Arcadians and were willing to recognize the Arcadia Union and form an alliance with it. They would also send messengers to Myrcenia to persuade their ally, Dionia, to help the Arcadia Union repel the upcoming invasion of Sparta. The Arcadia emissary delegation was excited when they heard this. The entire delegation immediately split into two groups. One group stayed in the Thebes to discuss the alliance, and the other group followed the Thebes emissary delegation south to Myrcenia. I can't believe that this process is actually the Prince of Sparta. In the palace's meeting hall, the Devers patted a stack of letters. These letters were from the armies in Myrcenia. There were secret reports from the intelligence department, letters from Olivers and other commanders, letters from military judges. The letter at the top was written by Leotychides himself. Chapter 11:57. Although the Devers' tone was calm, Aristides could still sense the anger on the Devers' indifferent face. He lowered his head in fear and pleaded for forgiveness. Your Majesty, this is a dereliction of duty on the part of the intelligence department. We did not investigate in time and caused a loss to the kingdom. Please punish us. This is indeed a dereliction of duty on your part. The Devers suddenly increased his tone and said sternly, "Although Prosus is incognito and not easy to investigate, if things were that easy, would there be a need to specially set up an intelligence department? There are many foreign citizens in Dionia, and many of them hold important positions. Once someone harbors disloyalty, it may cause great losses to the kingdom. Therefore, the intelligence department should do its best to investigate the past of these foreign citizens who hold important positions and ensure the safety of the kingdom." The Devers paused for a moment, and his tone became gentler again. "The intelligence department has made many contributions in the past. This is the first time you have made a mistake. I will punish you with half a year's salary as a warning to the intelligence department. Thank you for your forgiveness, Your Majesty," Aristides said gratefully, feeling relieved. "When you go out, help me call Henoboris in." "Yes." Aristides walked out of the meeting hall and felt a chill on his back. Only then did he realize that Bolton's shirt was soaked in cold sweat. Seeing Henoboris walk in, the Devers' expression was much gentler than before. "Herney, send a warrant to the Ministry of Military Affairs." "Okay." Henoboris immediately sat in front of the desk and took out a pen and paper. "Tell Alexis that there is no need to change the commander for the battle against Peloponnesus for now. Prososus will still be in charge." Henoboris was stunned. He could not help but remind, "Your Majesty, Prosus is the Prince of Sparta, and now he is reuniting with his former comrade. What if he does not carry out his mission seriously and even leads the army to rebel? You think so, right?" The Devers took over and laughed, his face full of confidence. "Most of the soldiers are citizens who grew up in Dionia. They love and support the kingdom that nurtured them. If Prosus has any bad intentions, he will only be abandoned by them. Moreover, there are Olivers, Trotyras, and Sicerian in the army. Sparta is now like the setting sun. Prosus, who has lived in the kingdom for many years and won a great reputation, will not give up everything here and turn to Sparta that he has always hated." The Devers paused for a moment and said, "What's more, a dignified prince of Sparta is actually the commander of tens of thousands of soldiers in Dionia. If this news is known by the Greek city-states, it will not only show the strength of Dionia, but also let them feel our magnanimity. It may have a special impact in Greece. So that's how it is." Henoboris nodded thoughtfully. "Write a letter back to Prosus in my name. The general meaning is, I trust him completely. Tell him not to have any concerns and continue to fight against Sparta according to his own plan. I will still fully support him as in the past. After writing it, hand it to me for my signature and send it out as soon as possible." "Yes, Your Majesty." Aristides returned to the intelligence department and immediately held a meeting. He pressured his subordinates to increase their efforts to strictly investigate the foreign citizens in their areas, especially the officials of the kingdom. He wanted to thoroughly understand their background before they came to the kingdom. Anyone who made a mistake would be severely punished. The meeting lasted until it was dark before Aristides announced the end of the meeting. When he dragged his tired body home, he found his wife smiling and seemed to be in a good mood. "This afternoon, Queen Christoia called me over. She said that I've been working hard and helped her a lot. After Asuna and Aristides got married, she still worked in Christoia's Chamber of Commerce. In the past 2 years, Christoia has been busy taking care of her grandson, so she has less energy in the Chamber of Commerce. She has been relying more on Asuna to help Eunice. In order to express her gratitude, she gave me a lot of things too Taliant." Aristides was stunned. He immediately thought of his half-year salary that was deducted and immediately realized that this was the compensation from the King of Devers. "I originally didn't want to accept it, and I repeatedly refused to accept it. But Queen Christoia asked me, 'Is the villa your family built in Catania finished?' I thought about it. Yes, we've spent all the money we've saved over the years on that, and there's still some money that we haven't paid yet." Asuna kept talking, but Aristides suddenly interrupted her and asked, "Did you tell Queen Christoia about the villa?" "I didn't." "Didn't you tell me not to tell anyone?" Asuna's answer stunned Aristides again. Ever since the intelligence department was officially recognized by the kingdom, There had been a sudden increase in work. As he grew older, he began to feel a little tired, so he began to want to retire. That was why he bought a villa at the foot of the foothills on the western edge of the Catania Plain, thinking that he could go back to his hometown after he retired. But this had been carried out secretly, and no one was told. How did His Majesty know? Aristides suddenly felt a chill in his heart. A few days later, the Devers received another letter from Leotychides. This time, he summoned Alexis, the Minister of Military Affairs. Alexis, Prososus has sent a letter requesting to resign from his position as commander and to be transferred away from the expedition to Sparta. What's your opinion on this matter? The Devers asked in a gentle tone. Alexis stared blankly for a moment. Glancing at Diver's face, she thought, "My opinion is exactly the same as what you just said, but you already rejected it last time." Of course, he would not say that. Instead, he frowned and said in a slightly embarrassed tone, "Your Majesty, Prososus is not only the commander of the expedition to Sparta, but also the commander of the First Legion. The First Legion is also the main force of the war. Now the army is in the war zone, and the battle with the Sparta army may start at any time. At this critical moment, as the commander, Prososus, requested to be transferred away. This will not only weaken the army's morale and combat power, but it will also seriously affect our success in the war against Peloponnesus." The Devers looked at him and said slowly, "However, Prososus confessed in the letter that he, as a Sparta, missed his hometown and could not lead the army to fight the Sparta army with all his strength. So he requested to be transferred back to avoid affecting our war in Greece. This is Prososus's fault," Alexis said in a low voice. "If he had confessed his true identity to your Majesty before the army set off, he would not be in such a predicament. According to the military law, he should receive some punishment. Well, since Prososus no longer has the desire to fight, and forcing him to stay there will only affect the war, then he should be transferred back. Of course, he must be punished. This matter will be discussed by your Ministry of Military Affairs according to the military law, and then reported to me for approval." Speaking up to this point, the Devers said in a serious tone, "However, it is not easy for the kingdom to cultivate an outstanding commander. After so many years of war, only you and Prososus can truly take charge and fight for the kingdom. Your Majesty, you are the best commander in the kingdom." Alexis quickly interrupted. The Devers smiled lightly, then sighed softly and said in a serious tone, "Prososus hiding his identity is pardonable, and he did not secretly collude with the enemy, and he took the initiative to confess. Don't punish him too heavily." Alexis hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Understood, Your Majesty." The Devers nodded in satisfaction, then changed the topic. "Regarding the Expeditionary Forces commander and the temporary successor of the First Legion's commander, do you have a candidate in mind?" Alexis did not answer immediately, but sank into deep thought. The Devers first signaled Henneborus, who was taking notes at the side, to call someone to bring some paste water. Then they waited quietly. After a while, Alexis raised her head and said, "Your Majesty, the soldiers of the First Legion are more arrogant and difficult to tame than the other legions, and their first battalion commander was just appointed last year, so I'm afraid that he has not fully established his prestige in the Legion. If he were to temporarily act as the Legion commander, it would be difficult to tame the soldiers, and it would be difficult to fully display the First Legion's combat strength. The First Legion is the main force of this war, so its temporary Legion commander must be chosen carefully." The Devers nodded, expressing his agreement. According to the military law of Dionia, if an abnormal situation occurred during wartime, the Legion commander could temporarily take over the position by the 1st Battalion commander. Now that the 1st Battalion commander had been ruled out, it was even more impossible for the other battalion commanders to take over. Alexis did not mention the 3rd Battalion commander, Adorus, and the Devers seemed to have completely forgotten about it. "I have a very suitable candidate. Tessus, Your Majesty. Do you still remember him?" "Of course I remember. This is the first time I've heard of a team officer insisting on refusing the position of Legion commander." The Devers smiled and asked jokingly, "How many promotions has he rejected in total?" "This," I'm not sure, but Tessus has been the 1st Battalion commander of the 1st Battalion for more than 10 years. He is undoubtedly the longest-serving 1st Battalion commander in the Kingdom's army. His prestige among the soldiers is sometimes even higher than that of the Legion commander. During the Western Mediterranean War, when Amyntas was the commander, he was temporarily responsible for the 1st Legion's battlefield command a few times, and his performance was very good. Chapter 1158. Where is he now? Devers asked with interest. He retired 2 years ago and returned to Amandera. But he's a restless man, so he applied to the Ministry of Military Affairs to be Amandera's military trainer. Xanaparis is in his 60s, but he's still able to lead a legion and kill enemies. Tessus is younger than him, so I think he'll perform just as well. But, Devers asked with uncertainty, he's rejected the position many times. Will he agree this time? Your Majesty, this time is different from the past. The 1st Legion is facing a war at any time, and this is a huge crisis for the 1st Legion. As a veteran of the 1st Legion, Tessus won't just stand by and watch. Plus, this is a temporary appointment. I don't think he'll reject it. Alexis said with certainty. All right, it's him. Devers agreed without hesitation. What about the candidate to replace Persosus? What do you think of him, Your Majesty? Alexis asked hesitantly. He's a fierce general. He'll have no problem charging into enemy lines, but he lacks the experience to command multiple legions. Plus, the political situation in Greece is complicated, Devers said tactfully, but Alexis understood. What about Olivers? Olivers is indeed quick-witted, but he also lacks the experience of commanding multiple legions in battle. Also, he is sometimes not decisive enough at critical moments. Now, the army is facing the Spartans. Diver's words were equally tactful. What about Lazarou? Did you forget that I specifically said not to send non-Greek citizens to battle? Not to mention, he's the commander of an army. Your Majesty, I was careless. Then what about Helos? Why would Helos suddenly abandon his duty as the chief executive of the tourist region and go to Peloponnesus to lead the army? Plus, he's been away from the front lines for many years. I'm afraid he's rusty at commanding battles. Not only him, but Capys is the same. Devers was a little dissatisfied with the candidates he had proposed. He couldn't help but say, "What do you think of Patroclus?" Alexis was prepared for this and immediately replied, "Patroclus is indeed a suitable candidate, but he is currently in the Wave River region and has to fight against the Aegulians at any time. He also has to ensure the stability of the Wave River region, so it is not suitable to transfer him away at this time. Sextus is the same in the Iberian region, and although Chalcidius is also very capable, he lacks the experience to command a large army." Devers looked at him and said in a more serious tone, "There are so many generals in the kingdom. Can't you find a suitable candidate?" Your Majesty, any of the generals mentioned above are qualified to be the commander-in-chief of an army. It's just that this is our first expedition to Greece. In order to better display the strength of our kingdom to our mother country, we have higher requirements. Alexis also tried to persuade him in a tactful tone. He paused for a moment and then said happily, "Your Majesty, I've thought of a suitable candidate. He should be able to meet your requirements." "Oh, tell me." "Printos," Alexis said confidently. Although he is now the chief of staff, he was once the commander of the 14th Legion. He also commanded many legions during the Western Mediterranean War. His performance was outstanding. Your Majesty should know more about his achievements than I do. But he is now the chief of staff and has a lot of work to do. We can let Talmud or Felicius take over for the time being. Devers stroked his chin and said, "Wait for me to discuss it with Printos personally and listen to his wishes before making a decision." After watching Alexis walk out of the conference hall, Devers said softly with some emotion, "Many of the old people in the Ministry of Military Affairs are not very willing to give more opportunities to the young. It seems that even Alexis is no exception." At this time, Hnepolis said, "Your Majesty, I see that Lady Alexis and Lord Printos have a very close relationship." Hearing this, Devers was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "They have been comrades for many years." "Your Majesty." Henipolis looked at Devers and mustered up the courage to say softly, I also have a suitable candidate that I would like to recommend to you. Oh, you also have a candidate? Devers became interested and said with a smile, Tell me about it. I think Prince Clodo Catax is suitable to be the commander of the expeditionary army. The candidate that Henipolis mentioned was beyond Devers' expectations. He looked at Henipolis and thought to himself, My son hasn't returned to Turii for long and hasn't had much contact with Henipolis. Is this just Henipolis' own idea? Devers asked tentatively. Clotho rarely goes into battle and has no experience in commanding an army. How can he be the commander? This is a war of life and death, not a game. Prince Clotho doesn't have any experience. Printos can assist him. Your Majesty, didn't you say before that you transferred Prince Clotho back from Rome to give him a greater responsibility? Prince Clotho is your heir and the future king of Dionia. Although he can't be as victorious as you on the battlefield, he should at least have a certain amount of influence on the army. Otherwise, in the future, when facing military generals like Alexis and Amyntas who have decided the life and death of millions of people, will he be able to calmly refute their suggestions and put forward his own opinion? Henipolis said earnestly. Devers looked at him for a long time and sighed gently. In the entire kingdom, only you can think for me like this. At dusk, the Devers returned to the mansion on the hill. Dinner was the liveliest time for the Devers royal family. The large round table was full of people. King Devers and his two wives, Clodo Catax and his two children, Mr. and Mrs. Abalks and their one child, Eunice and his wife. Eunice married the famous sculptor Arax of Tyrannum last year. Bryant's of Rhea, Cynthia and her two children, and Adoris's wife, Edu, and her child. Since a few years ago, when the children gradually grew up and began to have their own families and careers, the Devers and his wife had entered their old age and longed for the family to be lively and prosperous. However, the mansion was often lonely, so the Devers hired the best engineers in the kingdom to design the mansion according to the terrain of the entire hill. Then, Christoia paid a huge sum of money to hire a large construction team to build many mansions on the hill according to the drawings. The Hill of Kings was flat, and the hilltop and hillside were suitable for building a large number of houses. However, because of the Devers' noble status, there was only one mansion on the entire hill. Because of the sufficient funds, a few more mansions were built on the hill in just half a year. Then, the Devers forcibly ordered Abalks and Antibris to move to the new mansion. Eunice also did the same after he got married. Although Antibris resisted, he had no choice but to give in the end. The Devers also requested that the whole family eat together as much as possible at night. Sometimes Christoia would also invite Cynthia and Adora's families over for dinner. Since Clodo Catax and his family had just returned, Cynthia and Adoris's wife often came over for the gatherings. The game is almost over. Our team is still 1 point behind, but we still have one last attack. We're only 3 meters away from the end line. 3 meters isn't that far, right? Antibris asked the children around him. Yes, a few of the older children answered, and the younger ones followed suit. But Antibris drew with both hands and said with a serious expression, the opposing team's players formed a dense wall in front of us. There was no gap for us to pass through. What should we do? After the referee blew the whistle, the game began. Our team's quarterback passed the ball to the left winger. After diverting the opponent's attention, he quickly passed the ball to the player next to him. The player who received the ball was me. The children gasped in surprise. There wasn't much time left. I held the ball, lowered my head, and arched forward with the help of my teammates. The opposing players tried their best to block me, and a few of them even fell on top of me. I used all my strength to carry them and arched forward. There were feet in front of me, and I couldn't see where the end line was. It felt like time was passing by. Suddenly, I heard the whistle, and we scored. The game is over. Our tourist team won the championship of the Kingdom Rugby Championship, and I, your uncle, became the best player in the final. Wow, Uncle, you're amazing. Antibris was proud of himself under the admiring eyes of the children. Wasn't it just an outstanding performance in the final last year? Look at you bragging every day. Eunice could not help but say, I've always thought that the reason you were able to succeed in the end was because of your identity. UDS players did not dare to hurt you. You're blaspheming the sacred rugby championship." Anubris was so angry that his face turned red. He stood up abruptly. "Eunice, don't you talk nonsense. Enough." Kristoya slammed the table hard and shouted, "Be quiet, both of you. You're already so old, yet you quarrel as soon as you see each other. Why don't you set a good example for the children?" She said it first. "You're still talking." Kristoya roared again. Anubris had no choice but to shut up, feeling wronged. Chapter 11:59. Anubris could only shut his mouth, feeling wronged. Who would have thought that Kristoya's roar would frighten Clodocatax's little son, who was only a little more than a year old? He immediately burst into tears. "Mother, can you speak softer?" Dido, who was feeding the child, immediately complained. If Dido spoke to her like this normally, Kristoya would have been displeased, but now that she saw her beloved grandson bawling, she suddenly felt guilty and hurriedly said with concern, "Be careful. Don't let him choke." Eunice snickered. Kristoya turned to look at her. "You're already married, yet you're still not serious." "Mother, that's not right. I'm always busy in the Chamber of Commerce during the day, and I'm exhausted. It's not easy for me to relax during dinner, but I still have to be criticized by you. It's too stressful. Why don't I quit tomorrow and enjoy myself at home?" Eunice immediately expressed her displeasure. Kristoya was speechless for a moment, then turned to look at Anubris. "How old are you? You're still single. At your age, your eldest and second brothers are already married and have children. So many senior officials have come to propose marriage for you, but you've rejected them all. All you do is train, train, train every day. Do you want to marry a rugby player?" "Grandma, the students at school all say that my uncle is very good at rugby, and they all worship him." Cynthia's eldest son interrupted loudly. "Don't talk, eat properly." Cynthia hurriedly reprimanded her son in a low voice. Anubris was very proud of being praised by the younger generation, but when he saw Kristoya glaring at him, he hurriedly put on an aggrieved expression. "Mother, didn't I meet them every time according to your request? But I really didn't get hit by Eros's golden arrow. There's nothing I can do about it. Besides, I'm not the only one who's not married. Avria isn't young either. She's not married either." Avria, who was eating quietly, immediately blushed. "Third brother, little auntie, you're bullying Avria again." Eunice immediately reprimanded him loudly. "Hey, I told you, don't call me that." Bryant yelled. "Are you two done?" Clodocatax finally couldn't help but yell. "Can you eat quietly? If anyone dares to cause trouble again, you can leave first." The dining room fell silent. Eunice and Bryant lowered their heads and ate. Devers saw this and nodded in his heart. After a few years of training, the once gentle eldest son had also become dignified. "You guys should also return to your seats and finish your dinner," Clodocatax said to the children gathered around Bryant's. Although he was gentle, he ignored all the children except for his own child, Christos. At that moment, Apox said to them, "Hurry up and finish your dinner. I'll get Uncle Anter to continue telling you his story later. Okay?" "Okay." The children immediately ran back to their seats. "Brother, you're still the best," Clodocatax praised. Apox smiled. "Brother, you've been away from Turin for so many years. The children aren't familiar with you. After a while, they'll listen to you." The two looked at each other and smiled. After dinner, when the moon was just beginning to shine and the stars were shining, Christos asked the servants to light candles in the courtyard. She chatted with Agnes, Cynthia, Eunice, Avria, Neria, Apox's wife, and Molina in the garden pavilion. The children surrounded Bryant and listened to his lively stories. The whole courtyard was filled with laughter, a harmonious and lively scene. Apox returned to his mansion alone and continued his research during the day. Clodocatax was called to the study by Devers. "I haven't had a good chat with you since you came back." Devers gestured for his son to sit down, and then asked in a pleasant tone, "Have you adapted well after returning to Turin?" "Dido and I are very happy to be able to return home and live with you, my two mothers and my brothers and sisters." Clodo Catax paused and said frankly, I just feel a little too idle, and I'm not used to it. It seems that you still have some complaints, Devers said with a straight face. Divers pretended to be serious. Seeing that his son was eager to explain, he waved his hand and said with a smile, I was going to let you rest for a few days and assist me in managing the affairs of the country, but Henepolis gave me a suggestion today. Clodo Catax saw that Devers suddenly stopped talking and was not in a hurry to ask. After a while, when Devers still did not speak, he asked, What is it? Devers did not respond immediately, and then asked, What do you think about the kingdom sending troops to Peloponnesus? Clodo Catax thought about it seriously, and then said unhurriedly, Although this time is different from the previous wars, and we're taking the initiative to send troops, in fact, Sparta has been hostile to us for a long time. During the war in the Western Mediterranean, the entire Apria region was invaded by Sparta secretly. Taking advantage of the favorable opportunity of Sparta's decline this time, we send troops to completely eradicate this hidden danger, which is good for the security of the kingdom. And although Sparta is the overlord of Greece, it is the main culprit of the frequent wars in Greece. Greece and the kingdom are separated by the narrow Adriatic Sea. In the long run, a war-torn Greece is not good for the kingdom. By conquering Sparta this time, we can gradually intervene in the political situation of Greece and eventually lead Greece to restore peace and prosperity, thereby thwarting the conspiracy of the Persia and making Greece a powerful barrier in the east of the kingdom. Devers was very happy to hear this. Well said. It seems that all these years, you have not only been immersed in the heavy tasks, but also paid attention to the situation around the kingdom, and have carried out serious thinking, and have your own views. This is very good. Clodo Catax was a little embarrassed. In Rome, sometimes I was invited by Sir Assis to attend banquets, and I learned a lot from him. Good at learning from others, and then turning the beneficial things into your own. This is also very good. Devers nodded in appreciation, and then asked again, Do you think we can defeat Sparta in this expedition to Peloponnesus? Clodo Catax replied without hesitation, We can definitely return victorious. Oh, you are so confident? Father, a few years ago, the Gallic army invaded Etruria. At that time, the people of Rome were terrified, and so was I. But not long after, not only was the Gallic army destroyed, but we even conquered the entire mountain region of Gaul. Clodo Catax said passionately, Although Brother Patroclus played a big role in the whole war, when I was in Rome collecting food and supplies for the army, I had a deeper understanding of the strength of the kingdom. At the beginning of the war, food and military supplies transported from the south quickly filled the warehouses of Rome. An army of 100,000 was quickly formed, and transported by countless ships, they successfully landed in the territory of the Gallic people. The Gallic people that the forces of central and northern Italy feared were conquered by us in just a few months. So although the bravery of the Sparta people has long been known in the eastern Mediterranean, their territory is far smaller than the Gallic people, and their population is also far smaller. Our war with Sparta is more like a duel between adults and children. How long it takes to conquer them depends on how much power we put in. That's right, the key to the victory of the war is the strength of the country. Devers was a little surprised. He did not expect that Clodo Catax had a glimpse of the essence of war through the Gallic War. This made him feel very gratified, and he felt that the decision to let him take root in Rome was correct. At this moment, the smile on his face became even wider, and he said, What do you think of Hennebor's suggestion to let you be the commander of the expedition to Greece? Clodo Catax asked in surprise, Isn't the commander of that army Prososus? Prososus is the son of the former king of Sparta, Agesilaus. After Agesilaus inherited the throne, he fled to Ionia and concealed his identity. This time, he led the army into battle, and he was recognized in Messenia. The generals and soldiers of the entire army know about it, and now the morale of the army is shaken. He himself has asked me to resign from the position of commander, and soon, the Ministry of Military Affairs will transfer him back to Thurii. Father, General Persosus has lived in the kingdom for more than 20 years, and he has made great achievements in the war. Just because he is the Prince of Sparta, we can't. Don't worry. The matter about Prososis will be decided by the public. We are talking about you now. Don't change the subject, Devers said bluntly. Clodocatax had to face the problem directly. He hesitated for a while, and then said frankly, Father, the only time I have been on the battlefield was when we conquered Rome many years ago. Until now, I have not even been a squad leader. So how can I command tens of thousands of soldiers and make them trust me? Father, I am not you. I do not have the ability to command the army, and I am not suitable to be the commander of the army. I will be a joke to the people. Chapter 1160. Clodocatax was fascinated by the story. He asked curiously, since that scoundrel is not good at leading troops in battle, why did he win in the end? There are two main reasons for his victory. Devers looked at his son and slowed down his speech, but his tone became more serious. First, he was good at using people. He let excellent people who were good at handling administrative affairs to govern the territory he conquered and provided sufficient logistical support and soldiers. He let talents who were good at commanding battles serve as generals to lead the army in battle, and let talents who were good at strategizing advise him. Those who relied on him were able to make use of their respective talents. Second, he was good at absorbing the correct opinions of his men and was good at correcting mistakes. Therefore, he was able to grasp the overall situation of the war more accurately and formulate the right strategy. This is why he was able to win in the end. After listening to this, Clodocatax fell into deep thought. Devers said softly and earnestly, As a king, you don't need to master the ability to command troops, but you need to master the ability to command generals, give them tasks that suit their talents, and let them fight for you. Your main focus should be on analyzing and grasping the overall trend of the war. For this reason, I will appoint Printos as your staff officer and Koreas as your military diplomat to provide you with advice at any time. Dionia was founded on military force, and its citizens were proud of their military exploits. If you're a blank in military affairs, you will lack prestige among the people in the future. Moreover, the Ministry of Military Affairs is the most important department in the kingdom. It is only under the jurisdiction of the king. If you want those generals with outstanding military exploits to completely obey you, you must also do something in military affairs. When you just came of age, you worked in the staff office for a period of time, so you should have some understanding of the situation of the kingdom's military affairs. You have also been in Rome to prepare military supplies for the army that went to Gaul. If you add this to the battle, you will have a comprehensive understanding of the entire military operation of the kingdom. In the future, no one will be able to fool you in this regard. Devers' patient guidance moved Clodocatax. He said in a low voice, Father, I am willing to go to Messenia. Good, good. Devers nodded in satisfaction. But Clodocatax hesitated for a moment before speaking with a serious expression. The citizens of the kingdom can't focus on farming or business. They spend most of their time on military training and only think about fighting and earning merits. If this goes on, I'm afraid it won't be good for the stability of the kingdom. Devers stopped smiling and looked at him seriously. I'm glad that you can see this. The reason why Dionia rewards wars is because we have been surrounded by powerful enemies since the beginning of the kingdom's establishment. We have no choice but to do so in order to survive. It's impossible to carry on like this for a long time, but we have to defeat the powerful enemies that threaten us and ensure the safety of the kingdom. Clodocatax breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that his father wouldn't listen to his suggestion. Devers sighed softly, then said to him with a serious expression, But you have to understand that the system of rewarding wars has been implemented for so many years. It's deeply ingrained in the people. It can't be changed all at once. We have to work hard for several generations to change it bit by bit. Also, you have to understand that even if we defeat all the powerful enemies in the Mediterranean Sea, we can't completely put down our weapons and shields. That will cause the people of the kingdom to gradually indulge in comfort, become cowardly, and fear war. In the end, they will be destroyed by a new rising force like Carthage. Therefore, how to balance the two is a headache for me. For you, and for our future generations, but it's also a very important problem. Late at night, Clodo Catax returned to the mansion on the mountainside. After taking a bath, he walked into the bedroom. Dido was sitting on the edge of the bed, holding the child and softly humming a yow. When she saw her husband come in, Dido asked the female servant standing next to her to carefully carry the sleeping child to the outer room to sleep. She then asked in a low voice, "You're back. What did father call you to talk about?" Clodo Catax didn't answer immediately. He looked around and asked in a low voice, "Why don't I see Chris?" "Your mother left him on the mountain again," Dido said coldly. Hearing the anger in his wife's voice, Clodo Catax quickly comforted her. "Mother loves Chris. She'll definitely take good care of him. Anyway, they're close, so don't worry." "How could I dare to worry? Your mother is the princess who is deeply respected by the people of Dionia. Even father has to listen to her." Dido sneered to express his dissatisfaction. Clodo Catax remained silent. He was already used to it. He knew that it was best not to speak at this time. As expected, Dido only vented for a while before asking, "What did father say when he called you over?" "Father wants me to be the commander of the army that will go on an expedition against Peloponnesus," Clodo Catax said truthfully. If it was an ordinary woman, the first thing that would come to her mind would be the safety of her husband. However, Dido's thoughts were different. She immediately asked in surprise, "Isn't the commander of that army Prososus? He has already led the army to conquer Messenia and made a great contribution. How can he let you take over? Is father preparing to send another army?" "General Prososus is the Prince of Sparta." Clodo Catax briefly explained the situation. "I see." Dido's pretty face lit up with joy. "Now I can rest assured. You've been back for so many days, and I was a little worried about you. Now it seems that father is prepared. This is my first time leading an army. Why aren't you worried about my safety? What if?" Clodo Catax said, half jokingly and half seriously. "Since father dared to let you go, you must have made thorough preparations. How could you be in danger?" Dido bowed slightly, revealing her snow-white chest under her pajamas. She smiled brightly, and the bedroom was lit up. "Your Highness, I wish you victory in advance and become the hero of the kingdom." Clodo Catax gulped. "Then do you want to give me some rewards in advance?" As he said this, he pressed his wife down on the bed. Early in the morning, Mount Amandura was shrouded in mist, and the houses on the mountain were indistinct. In the open space in front of the Temple of Zeus at the top of the mountain, many years ago, some people proposed to rebuild the Temple of Zeus into the Temple of Hades, the guardian of the kingdom, but this was opposed by the old people. They believed that it was because of the protection of the Temple of Zeus that many Amyndarans survived the Lacanian invasion. Due to their persistence, the Temple of Zeus was now the only Temple of Zeus in Greece, and people from other towns often came to worship it. Hundreds of young men in military uniform stood in a neat line. At the front of the line stood an old man with white hair and beard. Although he looked old, his figure was more vigorous. He was Tessus. At this moment, he said with a dignified expression, "Arsenes, is everyone here?" "Yes." "Not yet. We're still missing one," the young man in the lead said hesitantly. "Who's missing?" Tessus shouted loudly. "Well, that depends. Arsenes, although you're only a temporary captain of the military training company." Tessus reprimanded him with dissatisfaction. Tessus reprimanded in dissatisfaction. "But since you become an officer, you should strictly carry out your duties and not try to cover up for your friend. You should know that military law is merciless. The reason why the Dionysia army is invincible is because of our strict discipline. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," the young men replied in unison. "Line up immediately and march 50 laps around the square." One lap around the square of the Temple of Zeus was about 150 meters, and 50 laps meant 7,500 meters. The young men were all wearing armor and holding wooden sticks and shields. Because it was only training, they did not use real spears and shields, so the amount of exercise was quite large. But none of the young men objected. They immediately began to move. At this time, a young man hurried into the square. "Report. You're early, Tepens." Tessus stared at him. Hearing this, Tepens shuddered subconsciously. Our scenes, according to military law, what's the punishment for being late for training? Tessis asked coldly. This time, our scenes did not hesitate. You should be punished with 10 strokes. Tepens, did you hear that? Tepens immediately panicked and tried to defend himself. Uncle Tessis, I'm late because there are only soldiers and instructors on the training ground. Get down. Tessis strode over and gave Tepens a kick. Tepens did not dare to dodge. After taking the kick, he obediently lay down on the wet ground. Tepens looked very obedient, but in fact, he was the second son of Legion Commander Trotyrus. Of course, almost all of these young men were from noble families. Matones, Olivers, Geogres, Agathia. Many of the sons of the kingdom's generals and ministers were among them. Arsenes, who was temporarily appointed as the captain of the company, was the adopted son of Legion Commander Melisande. After all, Amendola was the birthplace of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia. It was a special situation. Therefore, many retired soldiers of the Legion avoided the position of military training officer of Amendola. However, Tessis was different. He was originally a Persian mercenary and was comrade in arms with the fathers of these young men. Before he retired, he had been the first battalion leader of the 1st Legion for many years. He had enough prestige and dared to train these young men strictly according to military law. The young men who were punished did not even dare to complain to their families because it would not only be ineffective, but they would also be beaten up by their fathers. Chapter 11:61. Instead of letting Arsenius and the others carry out the execution, Tessis did it himself, because he could control his strength and the landing point of the blow very well, making Tepens feel a lot of pain without injuring his muscles and bones. After 10 strokes, Tepens still did not dare to groan loudly. He touched his butt and obediently returned to the team, following his teammates to carry out the rapid marching training. The messy and heavy footsteps and the ear-piercing sound of armors colliding continued. Then, led by Arsenes, the young men sang the song of the Legion in unison, covering the noise. After 50 laps, although the formation of the whole column was not in a mess, most of the young men were already panting, and a few of them could not even stand steadily. When the young men wanted to catch their breath, Tessis's stern voice sounded, "There is an enemy 100 meters in front of you." Immediately split the column into phalanxes, march steadily for 50 meters, merge into a continuous horizontal formation, and then charge. Hearing this, there was a small commotion in the team, and some people expressed their dissatisfaction in a low voice. Tessis glanced at the team with a dignified face and said disdainfully, "What's wrong? You can't even complete this little exercise?" When Legion Commander Amyntas led the 1st Legion to the first battle with the Rome in the Wolsey territory, in order to seize the opportunity, the entire legion of 8,000 people, whether heavy infantry, light armor, or light infantry, immediately went into battle after marching for more than 10 miles. You should know that the Rome army was very strong at that time, but the soldiers of the 1st Legion dragged their tired bodies and finally defeated the Rome army, obtaining the first victory against the Rome army. Of course, the casualties were not small. There was a flash of sadness in Tessis's eyes, and he said in a serious tone, "You said that you want to become an excellent soldier of the 1st Legion, but you can't even complete this small task. What qualifications do you have to become an official soldier? I think it's better to take the kingdom's examination and become a public official of the kingdom." The panting in the team disappeared, and every young man's face turned red, staring at Tessis. Arsenes shouted sternly, "Attention, brothers! Column into phalanxes! Roar!" The youths responded in unison. In the kingdom of Dionia, the military trainers were also divided into ranks. The military trainers of the Ministry of Military Affairs were the highest ranking, followed by the military trainers of the barracks of a region, and then the military trainers of the towns. Some towns were too large, such as Catani, which had several military trainers, and each of them was in charge of several demos. The reason why the military training officers were so detailed was to ensure that the citizens could receive adequate training during their military service. After all, the kingdom of Dionia was vast. During the busy farming season, The military camps in a region would only train once every 7 to 8 days, and it would take an entire day for the citizens to gather at the military camp. That was why the military training was usually carried out by the military training officers of various towns and dermo districts. They would seize all their free time to conduct strict military training for the citizens nearby, such as morning and night training, to help the citizens improve their military capabilities. This was an important manifestation of the importance Dionia placed on the military. The military trainers in towns and demos were basically retired soldiers of the Legion. Their pay was very low, and they took up the position mainly out of nostalgia for the military life and loyalty to the kingdom. Despite years of development, Amendola was only a small town with a population of a little more than 10,000. Therefore, there was only one military trainer, Tessus. In the past, he had to train thousands of people, but because the First Legion was transferred to Peloponnesus to fight, there were only a few hundred young citizens left in the town. Although it was only morning training today, they had trained continuously for 2 hours. When the red sun in the east leaped out of the sea, dispersing the morning mist between the mountains and spreading its scorching light, Tessus announced the end of the training. All the youths were so tired that they collapsed to the ground. At this time, Tessus's serious expression changed. He walked in front of each youth and commented on their training performance. Most of them were compliments, and he even asked Tepans if he felt any discomfort. Although Tepans repeatedly said that he was fine, Tessus still let the doctor who had been acting as an ambulance treat his previous injuries. Only after all the youths had safely left did Tessus get on his pretty horse and leisurely go down the mountain. Along the way, he occasionally greeted and chatted with the people of Amendola that he was familiar with. When he returned home, it was almost noon. Then, he heard the servant tell him that there was an important guest waiting in the living room. "Lady Alexis, what brings you here?" Tessus walked into the living room and saw the military minister. He was a little surprised. Alexis didn't answer him directly. Instead, she looked at him carefully and said with relief, "Looks like you've been training even after your retirement." Tessus sat on the wooden chair and didn't care about Alexis's presence. He took off his breastplate and helmet, and the servant immediately came to carry them away. Tessus moved his sore body and said, "I can't help it. I'm a military training officer. If I want those brats to listen to me, sometimes I have to set an example. Looks like you're doing well as a military training officer." Alexis praised him and then said seriously, "This time, I'm here on behalf of His Majesty and the Ministry of Military Affairs to invite you to take over as the commander of the First Legion." "Take over?" Tessus was very surprised. "Isn't the First Legion commander Prososus?" Although, after Leotychides became the commander of the First Legion, Tessus retired after serving under him for a few years, he felt that this relatively young commander was still very capable. Alexis sighed and briefly explained the matter of Prososus being the Prince of Sparta. Then she said sincerely, "I know that you've always refused to be a commander, but the situation now is special. The First Legion is on the battlefield, but it lacks a commanding officer. A battle could break out at any time, causing too many casualties. If I appoint someone else to be the commander of the First Legion, I'm worried that they won't have time to familiarize themselves with the Legion, build up their prestige, and convince the soldiers. They won't be able to fully utilize the strength of the First Legion. I've thought about it, and only you are the most suitable. Are you willing to take over the position and help the First Legion overcome this difficult time?" "All right, I'm willing to accept this appointment." Tessus didn't hesitate, but he emphasized, "But this is only a temporary appointment. When the war is over, I'll still have to retire and go home." "No problem." Alexis nodded and agreed. "When do we leave?" "We'll have to wait for a few days, because the Ministry of Military Affairs is preparing to send the 7th Legion and the 1st Cavalry Legion to Messenia. Is there a need to send so many soldiers to deal with Sparta?" Tessus was confused. "This is His Majesty's decision." Alexis simply replied, "Right, Prososus resigned as the commander of the First Legion, and also resigned as the commander. Then he will be taking over as the commander of the expeditionary force." Tessus suddenly remembered to ask this question. Alexis hesitated for a moment, then said Clodo Catax. Who? Tessus was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized who she was talking about. His eyes immediately widened. How can he be the commander? Even if he is His Majesty's eldest son, he has never had the experience of commanding an army in battle. Chief of Staff, Printos will be the temporary chief of staff for this army, mainly in charge of military affairs. Alexis interrupted him and said simply, actually, with regards to this appointment given by the King of Devers, the other officers in the Ministry of Military Affairs didn't really agree with it. However, the army was under the direct control of the King of Devers, so under his insistence, Alexis could only obey. Although Sir Printos will be helping, it is still a bit rash to let Prince Clodocatax be the commander. Tessus was still muttering. This is an order from His Majesty himself. Alexis emphasized again. Tessus didn't say anything else. As an old general, this time when you go to Peloponnesus, you must properly help Prince Clodocatax. This is also for the First Legion. Alexis reminded again. How about this? You go to Turin tomorrow and meet with His Royal Highness and help him deal with the military affairs of the expedition. All right, I'll listen to you, Tessus reluctantly agreed. The next day, when Tessus arrived at the Turin military camp, he was welcomed by Clodocatax with great respect. This was out of Tessus's expectations, and it made him have a good impression on him. And in the process of dealing with military affairs, not only did Clodocatax actively listen to the opinions of Printos and Tessus, but he also showed his familiarity with military affairs and began to change Tessus's misunderstanding of his lack of military experience. A few days later, the 7th Legion went north and stationed at the Turin military camp. A few days later, the 2nd Fleet arrived at the port of Turin from Lillib. Under the warm send-off of the Devers and ministers, Clodocatax led the 7th Legion, the 1st Cavalry Legion, and some other troops. A total of more than 10,000 people boarded the warships and set off for Peloponnesus Peninsula. In January of 370 BC, the 24th year of the Kingdom of Dionia, the fleet arrived at the coast of Messenia. At the simple dock, Clodocatax, who disembarked, was warmly welcomed by the senior generals of the expeditionary army and the Messenian counselors led by Tisius. Chapter 1162. Clodocatax, who was entrusted with the task by the Devers, obviously did not have such thoughts. He first walked in front of Leotychides and solemnly saluted him, then said sincerely, General Prosos, thank you for your meritorious service for the kingdom. As for your voluntary resignation as the commander, Father expresses his understanding and hopes that you will not be too bothered by it. He also asked me to bring you a letter written by him. After saying that, he took out the letter from his pocket with a slightly exaggerated gesture and slowly handed it to Leotychides. This scene was seen and heard by the people around, especially the generals of the army. They immediately understood one thing. Even though Prosos was the prince of Sparta, had been proven, he still did not lose the trust of the king of Devers. Since Agesilaus' visit, under the connivance of some people, some news had spread among the army, causing the morale of the army to be somewhat unstable. Even if Leotychides tried his best to rectify the situation, the effect was not too good, because there was a rumor that Prosos would be removed from his position as the commander and returned to his country to be investigated and punished. Now it seemed that the rumor was only half right. General Prosos was still highly regarded by His Majesty. At least this could make the soldiers of the 1st Legion feel at ease. Leotychides' stiff face had a slight change of expression. He took the letter and said, Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. I hope that everything will go smoothly in the upcoming battle, Your Highness. General has made outstanding contributions and is familiar with the situation of Peloponnesus. I still have many things to ask General. Clodocatax said sincerely. Sure. Leotychides nodded without hesitation. Clodocatax turned to the commander of Legio IV and said with the same sincerity, Uncle Oliver's, this is my first time as a commander. I hope to receive your help. After Agesilaus' visit, Oliver saw a glimmer of hope that he would take over as the commander, But when the envoy from the Ministry of Military Affairs arrived at Messenia before the fleet and announced the new appointment to everyone, this commander, who was a friend of the Devers, immediately understood His Majesty's intention and quickly adjusted his mentality. At this moment, he said with a smile, "Your Highness Clotho, please rest assured, I will do my best to assist you." "Thank you, Uncle Olivers." After Clotho Catax expressed his gratitude, he turned to the Legio 6 commander and said, "Commander Torturas, it's a pleasure to fight alongside you." Before Clotho Catax could finish, Torturas quickly saluted and said loudly, "Your Highness, please rest assured, I will strictly abide by military law and execute your orders." Although Torturas was also one of the soldiers of Menon's mercenary army, he was not in the company that the Devers belonged to, so he did not build a deep friendship with the Devers like Helos, Matones, and Olivers during their time in Persia. However, he was very content. He felt that compared to his comrades who died in battle, were disabled, and retired, being able to have his current position was already the greatest blessing that Hades had given him. Even when Geogres retired and the Ministry of Military Affairs wanted to promote him to the commander of the 5th Legion, he expressed his refusal and stayed in Siriton. Now, he did not think too much about the position of commander. Even if the person who took over as commander was Clotho Catax, who had no military experience, he firmly believed that the king of the Devers, who had led them to countless victories, would not give this appointment randomly. After getting the promise from the 2 commanders of the expeditionary army, it was much easier for Clotho Catax to take over the army. He walked towards Tisius happily. When Tisius saw Clotho Catax approaching, he immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Your Highness." Clotho Catax quickly held him up and said, "Sir Tisius, thank you for your hard work. Father asked me to bring a message, and these are his exact words. When you arrive in Messenia, you must pay a visit to Tisius. Tell him that he has completed the mission given by the kingdom very well. I hope that he will continue to lead the other citizens of Dionia to work hard so that Messenia can develop faster and better. Not only will it become Dionia's strongest ally in Greece, but it will also become a very powerful ally. If they can do this, the kingdom will not forget their contributions." Tisius turned around and said excitedly to the crowd, "Did you all hear that? This is His Majesty's affirmation of our achievements. His Majesty also encouraged us to build Messenia better. Long live the King of Dionia." The Dionia's counselors shouted excitedly, and the native Messenian counselors also followed suit. While the Messenian counselors, led by Tisius, were enthusiastically reporting to Clotho Catax about the situation in Messenia, Olivers and Torturas also met with Tessus, Prothos, the commander of the 1st Cavalry Legion, Cucius, and the commander of the 7th Cavalry Legion, Tegtinos. "Printos, I'll have to trouble you to assist His Highness in handling the military affairs." Although Printos was the chief of staff and was higher in rank than Olivers, Olivers considered himself a veteran of the army, so his tone was preachy. Printos did not seem to be displeased by this. Instead, he said humbly, "No, Commander Olivers, I can't do it alone. We need everyone to discuss and work together to finally achieve victory in this expedition to Greece." Olivers was stunned, and his face turned slightly red. When he learned that the chief of staff, Printos, had become the temporary chief of staff of this army, he understood that His Majesty wanted him to escort Clotho Catax, so he could not help but feel a little jealous. However, this senior officer of the kingdom's Ministry of Military Affairs, who was more than 10 years younger than him, not only took the initiative to discuss with everyone, but also addressed him according to the requirements of military law to show respect. This made Olivers appear to be too petty. Just when he was still hesitating whether to make up for it, he heard Printos say, "Although His Highness lacks experience in military affairs, he is very intelligent and cool-headed. He also has the protection of Hades, so he has the talent to become an excellent commander. Also, before I left, His Majesty repeatedly told me that I can provide various suggestions to His Highness, and even criticize and correct the orders he wants to give, but it is best not to exercise command on his behalf." Oliver's heart skipped a beat. After a moment of silence, he glanced at Printos and said to the person behind him, Tessis, I didn't expect that you would be the one to take over as the commander of the First Army. I also didn't expect that I would be called back by the Military Affairs Department to become the commander of the First Army after I retired. Sir Olivers, you know that I don't want to be the commander of the First Army. There are too many troublesome matters. Fortunately, it is only temporary. Tessis spread his arms and said with a teasing smile, But I am still very happy to be the commander of the First Army and be ranked ahead of you. The reason why Tessis dared to joke like this was because he had a good relationship with Olivers. In his early years, he was under Matoni's command. He was lazy by nature, which gave Matoni's a headache. On the other hand, Olivers, who had always been against Matoni's, would secretly send people to encourage Tessis to continue doing this. As expected, Olivers laughed and scolded. Well done, Tessis. A temporary commander of the First Army is enough to make you arrogant. Do you think you can lead the First Army with your body after you're retired? You are 2 years older than me. If you can, of course, I can too, Tessis retorted. You brat. You are so stubborn now. I will hold a feast for you tonight, and I will get you drunk. Olivers laughed and scolded. Tessis didn't say anything because he couldn't hold his liquor well. Lord Olivers, will I be at the feast tonight? The commander of the 7th Army, Tegdicus, interrupted. In the War of the Western Mediterranean, Tegdicus led the 9th Army to conquer the entire island of Sardinia. Although the 3rd Fleet played a big role, Tegdicus still played an important role. Therefore, after the war, the Devers had planned to transfer Tegdicus to the Ministry of Military Affairs to replace the old Hieronymus as the military training officer, but he refused. He preferred to stay in the army, so the Devers had to promote him as far as possible to the front of the army. According to the military tradition of the kingdom, the higher the rank of the commander, the higher the position in the army. Of course, this did not mean that the combat power of the commander was higher. At this time, the commander of the 7th Army, Xenoporus, died of illness and was replaced by Tegdicus. Not long after, Geogres was persuaded by the Devers to become the military supply officer, and the position of commander of the 5th Army was vacated. The Ministry of Military Affairs sent another letter to Tegdicus to replace him, but he refused. He said, I have just arrived in Rockley, and I haven't even known the soldiers yet. If I am transferred away, it will be like a deserter. Let me be the commander of the 7th Army first. In the end, the Ministry of Military Affairs had no choice but to let the former commander of the 10th Army, Melisande, become the commander of the 5th Army. Of course there is you. How can you not be a wine barrel? Olivers laughed. He turned to Trotaras and said, This is a rare occasion. The 4 commanders gathered in Messenia are all comrades from Persia. Tonight, the 4 of us will have a meal and drink together, and have a good chat about the past. Trotaras glanced at Clodo Catax, who was chatting with Tisius not far away, and said softly, A meal is fine, but it is best not to drink. Although the army has not been fighting during this time, we are still in a state of war, and drinking is forbidden. Moreover, your highness has just arrived, and us commanders are already drinking together, I'm afraid. Chapter 1163. Olivers' expression changed. He immediately realized that he had almost made a big mistake. If he had really done that, and His Majesty the Devers found out about it, he would definitely think that he had taken the lead to embarrass Clodo Catax. Then, he would definitely face the wrath of His Majesty. So, he quickly laughed and said, the drinking was all to scare Tessis. We're just having a meal and chatting tonight. You're in luck. Messenia Bay has always been closed off, so the seafood is very delicious. The oysters are plentiful, big and fat. You can eat until you're stuffed to death. Then I'll have to taste it. Tigerdalos quickly followed up. At that moment, he also realized that he had said the wrong thing. Printos breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he could not help but look up to Trotaras. Clodo Catax and his party arrived at the camp, or rather, the city of Messenia. After more than a month of joint efforts by the Dionysian soldiers and the Messenians, this former Sparta camp could barely be considered city. They entered the military tent and handed over military affairs to Leotychides. This is my first time serving as an army commander. I don't have much confidence in being able to complete the heavy responsibility that my father has entrusted to me. General Prososus, you are a veteran general of the kingdom, and you have a deep understanding of the Peloponnesian Empire. Can you give me some pointers? Clodocatax said frankly, General Prososus, you are a veteran general of the kingdom, and you have a deep understanding of the Peloponnesian Empire. Originally, after the handover of military affairs, Leotychides was ready to pack his bags and leave as soon as possible. He did not expect Clodocatax to make such a request. He looked at the sincere prince in front of him and looked around. Apart from the two of them, there were also Printos and Mukru in the tent. Both of them were whispering something. Although Leotychides had been transferred, Staff Officer Tagger would still stay behind as Printo's subordinate to handle trivial military affairs. Leotychides hesitated for a moment and said coldly, I'm the Prince of Sparta. Do you believe my suggestion? Father firmly believes that you will not betray the kingdom. So when he received your first letter, he rejected the proposal of the Ministry of Military Affairs and let you continue to be the commander. It was not until he received your second letter, when you voluntarily asked to resign from your position, that he hesitated for a long time before he finally agreed. He told me, people are human because they have rich emotions. It's completely reasonable that you can't fight your fellow countrymen. Moreover, he said to me with a sigh, I didn't expect that Prososus, who looks like a wooden man, is actually so affectionate and righteous. These were my father's exact words. Although I don't know much about you, my father trusts you. I have no reason not to trust you. Clodocatax was still as honest as ever. After listening to these words, Leotychides' heart stirred slightly, but his expression was still indifferent. He continued to ask, after defeating the army of Sparta, how will your highness deal with Sparta? Clodocatax said solemnly, Sparta is the most important city-state in Greece, and it is also an important part of the various forces in Greece. If we completely destroy it, not only will the people of Greece resent it, but it will also cause the power imbalance in the whole of Greece and the whole of Peloponnesus. This is not what my father wants to see, and it is not in the interests of the kingdom. Therefore, we will deal with the defeated Sparta the same way we dealt with Carthage. Sparta will lose its former glory, and there may be some changes in its political system, but it will continue to survive. Even the ordinary people of Sparta may live a better life than they do now, because as far as I know, the people of Sparta are living in a terrible state. After hearing this, Leotychides did not say anything. He slowly walked to the side of the main seat, pulled a wooden chair, and sat down. He turned around and said, Mukalu, bring me the map of Peloponnesus. The wooden map was placed on the table. Leotychides glanced at Clodocatax, then said in a deep voice, Now that we have occupied Messenia, there is only Mount Taygetos between us and Sparta. However, it will not be easy to invade their territory. There are two ways. One is for our army to land on the coast of Sparta by boat and repeat the method we used to conquer Messenia. However, we were able to successfully conquer Messenia because our operation was too sudden and Sparta did not have time to prepare their defenses. After Sparta lost the battle against Leuctra, their military strength in Messenia was obviously weakened, and their military strength in Messenia was obviously insufficient. This allowed our army to land successfully. However, to land on the coast of Sparta was much more difficult. First of all, although the number of Sparta soldiers may be less than 2,000, this only refers to the young and strong citizens. Old people over the age of 50 can still wear armor and fight, and their fighting strength is not too weak. This way, Sparta can temporarily form an army of nearly 4,000 people. Before I left Sparta, I remembered that the population of the Boreaci was 3 times that of the Spartans. Now, there might be an obvious decrease in the number of Boreaci, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem for them to form an army of 5,000 people. Furthermore, according to Sparta's tradition, as long as there is a war, the Boreaci must provide sufficient soldiers. In recent years, Sparta has been in frequent battles, so the Boreaci's fighting strength shouldn't be weak. There is also a large number of black rovers living in Sparta. The ancestors of these black rovers were conquered by Sparta long ago, and Sparta is stricter with them. Compared to Messenia, they are more loyal to Sparta. From what I remember, the number of black rovers is 7 to 8 times that of Sparta. Now, even if we lose Messenia, the number of black rovers left is at least 3 times that of Sparta. It should not be a problem to form a temporary army of 10,000 people. This way, Sparta can temporarily form a reliable army of around 20,000 people to defend against our landing. Secondly, the coast of Sparta is much narrower than the coast of Messenia, which makes it easier for Sparta to defend. Also, I received news from the Navy that during this period of time, Sparta has set up countless wooden stakes near the coast. In this situation, if we want to forcefully land, even if we win in the end, we will have to pay a huge price. There is one thing I'm afraid you don't know. Some time ago, the First Fleet occupied the Kizira Island, an island in the Lagania Gulf. The Sicarian persuaded me to lead an army to land on the coast of Sparta, but I refused. He couldn't help but send out the infantry of the fleet to attack the coast of Sparta, but he failed. I heard that hundreds of people died. Clodocatax looked at Printos in surprise. Printos' face suddenly became solemn. The Ministry of Military Affairs did not receive any battle reports on this. Leotychides said faintly, "Maybe the battle report is still on the way. He is now on the Kizira Island. You can also ask him directly." Clodocatax felt a little headache. He thought that the biggest problem for him as a commander would be to make the officers of the expeditionary army obey him. But he actually forgot about the Navy. The Sicarian, the father of the Navy and the hero of the kingdom, was the most difficult to deal with. Leotychides did not care what the two people in front of him were thinking. He pointed at the map with his finger. The other way is from the north of Messenia through the south of the Arcadia region, bypassing Mount Taygetos and entering the north of Sparta's territory. But the key problem is whether the Arcadians will allow our army to enter their territory. The city-states of Arcadia used to be allies of Sparta, but recently they formed an Arcadia Union, wanting to be independent from the Peloponnesus Union, so they were threatened by Sparta. If it weren't for our arrival, they would have probably gone to war with Sparta. The Arcadians had sent messengers to the Thebes for help, and the Thebes advised them to ask us for help. They also sent messengers to Messenia, wanting to intercede for the Arcadians. "You mean the Thebes sent messengers?" Clodocatax asked. "They came 3 days ago, and the messengers were Ippomelanda." Leotychides deliberately paused. Sure enough, Clodocatax asked in surprise, "The Pyotia commander who led the army to defeat the Sparta army in Leuctra? That's him," Leotychides said calmly. But I didn't talk to him in detail. I told him that a new commander was coming, so he was willing to stay and wait. "The Arcadians didn't send messengers?" Printos asked. He and Clodocatax had the same doubts. Since the Thebes were here to help the Arcadia Union, why did the Thebes messengers arrive, but not the Arcadians? According to the Thebes messengers, the Arcadia Union messengers who were following him were suddenly called back before they could enter Messenia. This was because Sparta sent messengers to the Arcadians to ask for peace. Clodocatax was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood. He could not help but ask. Sparta wants to stop the war with the Arcadians and then focus on us. But will the Arcadians, who have been bullied by Sparta, agree? "Your Highness." Leotychides sat firmly on the wooden chair and pointed at his feet. In a deep voice, he said, "In the land of Peloponnesus, you must remember this saying, do not trust any agreement made by any city-state. For the sake of better survival and benefits, most of the cities here would be allies today, enemies tomorrow, and then restore peace the day after." This was quite common. For decades, the Arcadians have been allies of Sparta. However, in recent years, they have been dragged into wars by Sparta. They are dissatisfied with the tyranny of Sparta, so they want to become independent from the Peloponnesus alliance. If Sparta takes the initiative to recognize their alliance and stop the war against them, it is very likely that the relationship between the two sides will be restored, and they may even join forces to deal with us. Chapter 1164. At this point, Leotychides sneered. Perhaps in the eyes of the Arcadians, no matter how vicious the Sparta people are, they are still one of their own. No matter what we, the Dionia, say or do, we are still outsiders. They will be wary of Sparta, but they will be more worried about the real intention of the Dionia people to invade Peloponnesus. Clotho-Catax pondered for a while and asked with uncertainty, "General, do you think that if Sparta takes the initiative to ask for peace, the Arcadians will join forces with the Sparta people to fight against us?" This is my speculation. Otherwise, the Arcadians would not have sent an emissary after so many days. However, the situation in Peloponnesus is complicated, and I have been away from this place for a few decades. I don't know much about the current Arcadia region, so my speculation may not be accurate. It is also possible that the Arcadians are willing to cooperate with us, hoping that we can help them get rid of Sparta completely, said Leotychides cautiously. Clotho-Catax began to worry. What if the Arcadians really reconcile with Sparta and do not allow our army to pass through their territory? It's very simple. Just ignore them and lead the army to force our way through. With such a powerful army, they would not dare to stop us at all. Leotychides' answer was firm, but Clotho-Catax frowned. But this will incite the dissatisfaction of the Arcadians. As outsiders, we have already caused suspicion and dissatisfaction among the conservative people of Peloponnesus by invading the Peloponnesus Peninsula. However, as long as we completely defeat Sparta, the other cities of the Peloponnesus will be intimidated by our strength. Even if they are dissatisfied, they will submit to us, Leotychides said calmly with a hint of disdain. Clotho-Catax didn't quite agree with what Leotychides said, but he didn't say anything against it. Instead, he continued to listen carefully. Even though Sparta might receive reinforcements from Persia, it's still relatively easy for us to defeat them head-on with our current forces. Not to mention that your Highness has brought an entire legion with you. Leotychides asked straightforwardly, "Are you going to use so many soldiers just to deal with a weakened Sparta?" Clotho-Catax hesitated for a moment and secretly glanced at Printos. Printos nodded slightly. So Clotho-Catax said frankly, "Defeating Sparta is only our initial goal. His Majesty hopes that we can use this victory to unite the Greek city-states and dominate the political situation of the entire Greek. He wants to push the Persia out of Greece and make Greece a truly powerful barrier for the kingdom." Clotho-Catax's words were within Leotychides' expectations. He said with a serious expression, "It's not that easy for the kingdom to replace Sparta as the leader of Greece. These powerful Greek city-states will not easily yield, especially Athens. The people of Athens, like the people of Sparta, see Greece as their own and will not allow any external forces to compete for it. Therefore, if we want to complete the task given by His Majesty, we must first make Athens yield. Also, be careful of the people of Athens. Although they are our allies, they may not necessarily support us in taking control of Greece. In short, Athens, Thebes, Argos, Corinth, etc., including Elis, don't trust them too much. Your Highness, the only thing you can trust is the powerful army you lead. As long as you win a few more battles, you will eventually achieve your goal." Clotho-Catax fell into deep thought for a while before nodding solemnly. "Thank you for your reminder, General. I will keep it in mind. Before I leave, I hope that you can agree to a request of mine, Your Highness." "Go ahead." "My eldest son, Tertotus, is 17 years old this year and is still underage. This time, he came to Messenia as my bodyguard. Originally, I wanted to bring him to Sparta's territory for a walk, but now I can't do that." There was a rare hint of regret on Leotychides' face. "But after he found out about his identity, he is now unwilling to leave with me. He insists on seeing his so-called motherland with his own eyes. So, I hope that Your Highness can keep him and satisfy his. That's not a problem. He can stay as my bodyguard and follow me to Sparta in the future." Clotho-Catax agreed readily. After sending off Leotychides, Clotho-Catax looked at the chief of staff. "Lord Printos, what do you think of General Prososus's words?" "Your Highness," Printos said seriously, "General Prosoius not only has a strong commanding ability, but he is also excellent at political affairs. Whether it was the pacification of the cycles or the series of arrangements made after the conquest of Mountain Gaul, he not only quickly stabilized the situation, but he was also in line with the laws of the kingdom. In addition, he grew up here, and he has a deeper understanding of the Greek mainland than we do. What he said should attract our attention. Just like he said, since we have no foundation in Greece, if we want to control the situation in Greece, I'm afraid that we will have to rely more on the military. Clodo Catax fell into deep thought. In the evening, Adoris arrived at the camp's main tent. Clodo Catax personally came out to greet him. However, when Adoris saw him, he immediately saluted. 1st Legion's 3rd Brigade, Adoris, greets the commander. Clodo Catax quickly said, "Brother, it's just the two of us. Don't tease me. The kingdom's army is very particular about discipline. If I casually see a commander, I will be ridiculed by my colleagues and soldiers tomorrow. I might even be impeached by the military judge." Eris said seriously, "As a commander, you must have the dignity of a commander." Clodo Catax blushed and quickly returned the salute solemnly. It was not until they walked into the main tent that Adoris relaxed a little. He looked around the empty tent and saw the banquet in the middle. "Clotho, did you ask me to come to the banquet? I've been in Rome for the past few years. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a good gathering today," Clodo Catax said excitedly. "A gathering is fine, but no alcohol," Adoris reminded. "Don't worry, as a commander, I won't be the first to make mistakes." Clodo Catax smiled and invited Adoris to sit at the table. "I really didn't expect you, Clotho, to be the new commander. I've been in the army for so many years, and I haven't even become a legion commander yet." Adoris sat down and let out a sigh. "I also didn't expect to be a commander." Clodo Catax replied a little awkwardly. "Maybe father has his own considerations. Anyway, the ones who really make the plans and give the orders are Chief of Staff Printos and the Legion commanders, so you don't have to worry." "Clotho?" Adoris looked at him and said angrily, "Since you're already a commander, you must bear the responsibility of a commander. The lives of thousands of soldiers are in your hands, and this is not child's play. You must be alert, seriously consider their suggestions, and carefully give the correct orders. Only then will you live up to father's expectations." "Brother, you're right." Clodo Catax hurriedly admitted his mistake. "I will do my best to be a good military commander, but I hope to get your support." "Of course, I will support you," Adoris replied without hesitation. "As long as you don't mess around, I will mobilize all the soldiers of the 1st Legion to support you." "Thank you, brother." Clodo Catax scooped a bowl of chicken soup for Adoris, and then asked, "How is General Tessus becoming the commander of the 1st Legion?" "The Ministry of Military Affairs has made the right choice in appointing this person." Adoris drank a mouthful of soup and said with a slight excitement, 2 hours ago, Tessus came to the 1st Legion's encampment and called for a meeting of the officers above the company captain level and above. It turned out to be a lively scene. Do you know, more than half of the 8 company captains and 40 company captains used to be under his command, and all of them surrounded him and called him Old Sir. It was only the first time they met, and the 1st Legion was already under Tessus's control. Seeing the envious look on his face, Clodo Catax thought for a while and asked, "How is the morale of the soldiers now?" "Very good, but also not very good." Adoris gave this contradictory answer, and then explained, "The soldiers of the 1st Legion are very eager to fight with the Sparta, to prove that the 1st Legion is the most powerful warrior in the Mediterranean Sea. But when they landed in Messenia, the Sparta retreated, which disappointed the soldiers. They longed to invade Sparta's territory and conquer the city-state that has dominated Greece for decades. But now they have been staying in Messenia, helping the Messenians build cities and houses. Although the Messenians are grateful, the soldiers still have a lot of complaints. I believe that it won't be long before their wish comes true." As Clodo Catax said this, he thought of something and took out a few letters from his pocket. "These are letters from my sister-in-law and sister, Cynthia. They have been praying at the main temple of Hades every day, hoping that Hades will bless your safe return. Adoris took the letter and didn't even look at it. He stuffed it into his pocket and said with a serious expression, "Clotho, there's something I have to remind you. You can't not give me an important military mission just because I'm your brother. You can't even stop me from leading the company to the battlefield. If you do that, I won't recognize you as my brother." Literature Museum. Chapter 1165. Cough, cough. When Adoris said these words, Clotho Catechus was drinking his soup. He suddenly choked several mouthfuls and replied in a somewhat embarrassed manner, "Big brother, you look down on me too much. I am a commander of the army. If I show favoritism to my relatives, how can I command the other soldiers to fight to the death? Don't worry, I won't do that." Adoris looked at him and asked again, "Really? Really?" Clotho Catechus replied calmly, "Good." Adoris raised the bowl of soup in his hand and said proudly, "With this soup as wine, I wish us brothers to work together and achieve great feats in Greece." As the new commander of the Dionysian army had yet to arrive, Epaminondas stayed in the city of Messenia for a few days. Not only did he not complain, he was very happy. Because the Thebes were Dionysia's allies, Epaminondas was not blindfolded and restricted from going out like Agesilaus. Other than some sensitive areas, he could roam freely in Messenia. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, with Leotychides' consent, advisor Mucilu assigned him a Dionia officer as a guide. During this time, not only did Epaminondas carefully understand the entire operation of the new Messenian government from the villages to the towns, he also observed the daily activities of the Dionysian army. From the morning exercises organized by the various brigades, to the construction of the cities and houses during the day, to the return to their tents to rest under the supervision of the officer at dusk. Not only did he go to the pass of Mount Taygetos to watch the Dionia soldiers build watchtowers to strengthen the defense against Sparta, he also went to the coast to watch the warships of the First Fleet patrolling and training in Messenia Bay. He even saw the supply camp using many camels to transport food and supplies from the simple port to the camp, cooking and distributing food to the soldiers in the camp, and the medical camp treating the injured soldiers. Except for the engineering camp, which he was not allowed to enter because it involved the production of some military equipment, he almost visited the entire camp. Until one day, he received a notification from the officer guide that the new Dionia commander wanted to see him. In fact, he already knew about the arrival of the new commander because on that day, he specially rushed to the coast and witnessed the entire process of the Dionia army disembarking on countless ships and quickly assembling on the coast. Walking into the military tent, Epaminondas smiled and nodded at 5 to 6 fully armored officers. Finally, he looked at the young man sitting in the middle of the tent and bowed solemnly. "Epaminondas, envoy of the Thebes, greets the commander of the Dionia. Please take a seat, General Epaminondas." Clotho Catechus asked the soldiers to bring a wooden chair that had been prepared and said very politely, "You are the military commander of the Piotia Alliance, and also the hero who led the Piotia Alliance to defeat the Sparta in the Battle of Leuctra. Your visit is a great honor to us." Epaminondas thanked the guards, sat down, and said humbly, "The victory of Leuctra is indeed a great encouragement to the Thebes and the people of Piotia. But it is just like a person who has been starving for a long time, eating a full meal. He will feel very satisfied, but for those who always eat a full meal, this is nothing. And Dionia is a person who always eats a full meal. Am I right?" Epaminondas' words made Tessus, Olivers, and the others feel very comfortable. "General, you are too humble," Clotho Catechus immediately said. "A few years ago, when my father talked to me about the situation in Greece, he mentioned you. He said that you and Peropidas are the most important pillars for the rise of the Thebes. Facts have proven that his judgment is correct." Upon hearing this, Epaminondas' heart skipped a beat. Of course, he knew who Clotho Catechus was talking about. He could not help but ask, "May I ask when His Majesty the King of Devers first mentioned me?" Clotho Catechus thought for a moment and said, "Well, I think it was after the war with Carthage. He mentioned it in a letter to me. At that time, I was serving in Rome, which is a town in the north of the kingdom. After the war between Dionia and Carthage, Epaminondas carefully recalled that it was the most difficult period for the Thebes. In the face of Sparta's attack, they struggled to hold on. Even some members of the Thebes government did not have much hope for the future. However, the king of Dionia, who was far away in the west, firmly believed that the Thebes would rise. He even knew Epaminondas, who was unknown at that time. It could be seen that Dionia had been paying a lot of attention to the Thebes for a long time. Seeing that Epaminondas was silent, Oliver's interrupted, "His Majesty the Great Devers is a descendant of the god Hades. He is blessed by the god, so he can always make accurate judgments. The forces that are hostile to Dionia will eventually suffer the punishment of failure." "That's right," Tessus and Tegtinos immediately echoed. Worried that the implied threat in Oliver's words would make Epaminondas unhappy, Clodo Catax hurriedly said, "If I had known that you had come to Messenia, I would have come earlier. I would not have made you wait here for so many days." "It doesn't matter. After staying here for a few more days, I have a deeper understanding of the Dionysian army. I have also deeply felt why the Dionysian army is so powerful. If your army is an adult, then the armies of the Greek city-states, including us, the Thebes, are still children," Epaminondas said with a serious face. Clodo Catax was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "General Epaminondas, you are too modest." He did not continue on this topic. Instead, he asked, "Is there anything important this time, General?" "This time, on behalf of the Thebes and the people of Pyotia, I am here to express my gratitude to Dionia," Epaminondas said with a solemn expression. "Thebes and Dionia have just become allies. In the past, we did not have much contact with each other. This time, the enemy of Thebes is the most powerful city-state in Greece. We originally only hoped that Dionia would be able to support us in terms of food and supplies during the most difficult time of the war. But unexpectedly, you have truly fulfilled the alliance and initiated the war against Sparta, and soon launched an attack against Sparta. As the rumors say, Dionia is a country that keeps its promises. The Thebes are very fortunate to be able to form an alliance with Dionia." After listening to these words, Clodo Catax felt very proud. He tried his best not to let this emotion show. Instead, he said humbly, "Keeping our promises is the principle of Dionia. It is our duty to send troops to help our allies when they are in danger." However, the Thebes were able to get out of the difficult situation mainly because of your own efforts. It is precisely because General led the army to defeat Sparta in Leuctra that our attack on Sparta became easier. Clodo Catax's words were also very frank, but Epaminondas showed a grateful but helpless smile. The victory of Leuctra is indeed very important to the Thebes, but it only temporarily freed the Thebes from the difficult situation. In the end, it plunged the Thebes into greater trouble. Clodo Catax glanced at Printos and then showed a puzzled expression. Epaminondas explained seriously, "Athens and the Thebes have been enemies for decades. Because of Sparta, they formed an alliance with the Thebes in recent years. It should be said that they have given the Thebes a lot of help. However, as the Thebes gradually recovered their strength, Athens' attitude towards us changed. When we signed the Callias contract, I clearly felt that Athens and Sparta had reached an agreement to jointly exclude us, the Thebes. And after the Battle of Leuctra, Athens sent troops to the western border to station, obviously showing hostility towards us. Our other ally, Iazon of Thessaly, also gave us a lot of help in the previous war against Sparta. However, after the Battle of Leuctra, he suddenly sent troops to occupy Hot Spring Pass and carried out a large-scale military mobilization in Thessaly. He also threatened to send troops south and refused to meet the emissaries we sent. All the city-states in the entire western part of central Greece, including us, the Thebes, are very nervous. Pyotia, with us as the main Thebes, Phocis, with Delphi as the main Phocis, and Locris have already discussed to unite to resist the invasion of the Upper Greeks. Is the military strength of the people of Thessaly very strong? Oliver's couldn't help but ask. Like the Devers, he was also a person of Thessaly. However, he had left Thessaly for decades, so he didn't know much about the current situation of his hometown. His impression of Thessaly was still stuck in the situation where the city-states fought with each other decades ago, which resulted in the weakening of their strength and the frequent bullying of the indigenous people in the surrounding mountains. Since the usurper of Phalae, Iazon, became the Thessaly's Tarkus, all the city-states in Thessaly are under his control. He can at least form an army of more than 30,000 people, and the soldiers are not weak at all. This is a huge threat to central Greece. Epaminondas reminded in a heavy tone. Thessaly actually has Tarkus. Oliver's was a little surprised. The words, an army of more than 30,000 people, had also attracted the attention of the other commanders. Before Clodocatax left, he had been repeatedly reminded by the Devers that the chief of staff, Printos, would be able to obtain more information from the Ministry of Military Affairs. Therefore, both of them were relatively calm. After the Battle of Leuctra, we, the Thebes, were suddenly faced with three threats from the north, Thessaly, the east, Athens, and the south, Sparta. The situation is quite dangerous. It is precisely because Dionia generously sent reinforcements to restore Messenia, which distracted the attention of the people of Sparta and Persia, temporarily relieving the greatest danger for the Thebes. We're grateful for this. Of course, I also have to ask for your forgiveness. The Thebes had a focus on dealing with the threat from the north, so they dared not send their troops to meet with you to deal with the people of Sparta together. I am very sorry for this. At this point, Epaminondas lowered his head and bowed respectfully to express his apology to Clodocatax. Chapter 11:66. Although the people present did not know much about the difficulties the Thebes were facing now, they had never thought of asking the Thebes to provide assistance and fight against Sparta. Therefore, Epaminondas' sincere apology surprised and moved the people led by Clodocatax. Clodocatax immediately said, General Epaminondas, the Thebes are now facing difficulties and cannot support us. We can understand this. So His Majesty has specially sent enough soldiers to Peloponnesus to deal with Sparta. The strength of Dionia alone is enough. When Sparta is completely defeated, we will lead the army north to help you remove other threats and restore peace to the Thebes. Clodocatax did not make a promise casually because of a moment of excitement. He considered that since the kingdom of Dionia wanted to dominate the situation in Greece, it was likely that there would be a conflict with Athens and Thessaly in the future. So, using the excuse of helping the allied Thebes could not only gain the gratitude and assistance of the Thebes, but also conceal their true purpose. Why not? Printos also considered this, so when Clodocatax made the promise, he did not interrupt or cover it up. When Oliver's, Tegatilos, and the other commanders heard that there were other battles to fight besides Sparta, they naturally expressed their approval. Epaminondas looked quite touched. He said emotionally, when I go back, I will definitely tell every Thebes what Dionia has done for the Thebes, so that the Thebes will never forget your kindness. Apollo above, I swear in your name that I will do my best to make the Thebes the strongest ally of Dionia in Greece. When Epaminondas knelt on one knee, palms to the sky, and solemnly swore, Clodocatax was a little stunned. He suddenly felt a little ashamed and quickly stepped forward to help him up. General Epaminondas, compared to the great help Dionia has given the Thebes, this is the only thing I can do, Epaminondas said sincerely. Clodocatax was a little moved and did not know what to say for a moment. Epaminondas said again, now that you are at war with Sparta, the Thebes can't send troops to the war for the time being, but we have persuaded the Arcadians to support you. I have heard about this from the former commander. Clodocatax frowned and said in a gentle tone, however, I heard that Sparta has sent an envoy to restore friendly relations with the Arcadians, so the Arcadians have not sent an envoy to ask us for help so far. Epaminondas smiled and said seriously, the Arcadia Union has just been established, and its affiliated city-states have always been allies with Sparta. In the face of Sparta's rare goodwill, hesitation is inevitable. However, The leader of the Arcadia Union is Mandinia. The city of Mandinia was destroyed by Sparta, and the people of Mandinia have been homeless for more than 10 years. They have a deep hatred for the Sparta, so it is impossible for them to reconcile with Sparta. Moreover, the chief general of Mandinia, Lycomedes, is the main person who facilitated the establishment of the Arcadia Union. Not only in Mandinia, but also in the entire Arcadia region, he has a very high reputation. He once sent an envoy to Thebes to ask for help, but we persuaded him to ask for help from Dionia instead. On the way to Myrcenia, I spent a few days with him. I think he is a very wise and far-sighted man. He will definitely not allow Sparta's conspiracy to succeed. Since the general has said so, we will wait a little longer. Clotocatax agreed with Epaminondas' suggestion. Beside him, Olivers had some objections. He wanted to voice his opinion, but Printos stopped him with a glare. Epaminondas saw his unwillingness, but Epaminondas pretended not to see it. He continued to talk with Clotocatax calmly. Both sides exchanged some opinions and suggestions on how to defeat Sparta. In the end, they even discussed how to train soldiers and how to organize an army. Even Olivers and the other captains joined in. The conversation lasted for more than 3 hours, and even after Epaminondas left, the others still felt that it was not enough. Looking at his back, Clotocatax could not help but sigh. Not only is Epaminondas very insightful in military affairs, but he is also very knowledgeable. He is also so humble and eager to learn. What a respectable old man. What a pity. Printos said in a low voice, "We have come to Greece. This will definitely limit the growth of the Thebes. Epaminondas may not have the opportunity to continue to display his talents. But at least we have prevented more Thebes from dying," Clotocatax said softly. "Your Highness," Olivers interrupted, "are we really going to wait for the Arcadians to make a decision before we lead the army to attack Sparta from the north?" Uncle Olivers. Although Clotocatax's tone was gentle, his expression was firm. The situation with Peloponnesus is complicated. We cannot rush it. Otherwise, we may very well turn friends into enemies. As it turned out, Epaminondas' judgment was not wrong. Clotocatax's decision to wait was also correct. On the second day after Epaminondas left Myrcenia, the emissaries of Arcadia arrived, led by Lycomedes. Originally, he had only come to ask for help. However, in Myrcenia, he saw the powerful army of Dionia, and the Dionysian army was doing their best to help the Myrcenians rebuild the new Myrcenian government and city. After some thought, Lycomedes changed his mind. He decided to form an alliance with Dionia. Clotocatax held a meeting with him as the commander of the Dionia Expeditionary Force and as a prince. After 2 days of discussion, the two sides drafted a preliminary resolution. The main content of the resolution was, Dionia recognized the Arcadia Union and guaranteed that its interests would not be violated. The Arcadia Union also recognized Myrcenia and would maintain friendly relations with it. Dionia would assist the Arcadia Union in building the city of Megalopolis as a symbol of friendship between the two sides. Dionia and the Arcadia Union would form a military alliance. When one side was invaded by a strong enemy, the other side would provide full support. If they wanted to attack the enemy together, they would only target Sparta. Judging from this alliance treaty, Dionia undoubtedly suffered some losses. However, during private discussions between Clotocatax and Printos, they had reached an agreement. As long as they could gain the support of the people of the Arcadia region, which was located in the center of Peloponnesus, even if it was just to maintain neutrality, Dionia's attack on Sparta would undoubtedly be much smoother. It did not matter if they suffered some losses for the time being. After the agreement was reached, Lycomedes did not stay in Myrcenia for long. He immediately returned to Arcadia and prepared to persuade the Arcadia Union to finally pass the agreement. Clotocatax also sent messengers to bring the agreement back to Thurii and handed it over to the Devers for review. This naturally took some time. During this period, under the suggestion of Printos, Clotocatax suspended the construction activities of the soldiers, and all of them were replaced by the Myrcenians. He began to strengthen the training of the army, and he stayed in the training ground every day to supervise the training of the army and let the soldiers get used to his presence. After the agreement with the Arcadia Union was submitted to the King of Devers, it was quickly approved. However, this matter caused a lot of controversy in the Arcadia Union. In fact, all the members of the Arcadia Union were thinking, accept Sparta's request for peace or ask for help from Dionia. There was already a lot of disagreement on this issue. Lycomedes had also spent a lot of effort to finally get the Arcadia Union to agree to ask for help from Dionia. It was said that the people of Sparta were conservative, but the people of Arcadia were even more so. This was because the Arcadia region was located in the center of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. It was not near the sea and was mostly mountainous. It was geographically isolated, and the local people were very wary of outside forces. Among them, the people of Myrcenia were much better off. After all, they had been wandering for more than 10 years and had more knowledge. However, 100 years ago, the descendants of Tegea and Oconus were the most resolute in their opposition. Tegea was located in the southeast of the region. Ever since it joined the Peloponnesus Union 100 years ago, Sparta had always used it as a barrier to the north of the Laconia region. Therefore, they had been suppressing and coaxing it for a long time. Even after Tegea joined the Arcadia Union, there were still many people who supported Sparta. Therefore, when Sparta sent an envoy to the Arcadia Union to ask for peace, Tegea was the most proactive. On the other hand, Oconus was located in the east of the Arcadia region and was adjacent to Pisa. The two had a close relationship. When the Olympia was held, Oconus even shared some of the benefits. For example, Oconus merchants were allowed to set up stalls in some good areas of the Olympia, and Oconus priests were allowed to participate in the Olympia. Pisa, on the other hand, was fully supported by Sparta. This caused the people of Oconus to have mixed feelings toward Sparta. In the eyes of these city-states of the Arcadia Union, independence from Sparta's control was a last resort. However, helping an outside force to fight against Sparta was unacceptable. Even though Lycomedes argued that this was only a temporary measure to ensure the safety of the Arcadia Union, the counselors of these city-states still found it hard to accept. Therefore, for a few days, the Council of the Arcadia Union debated on the issue of forming an alliance with Dionia. The top. Chapter 1167. At this moment, a shocking piece of news came. A large Sparta army had entered the Arcadia region from the north. The counselors of the Arcadia Union were shocked, especially the Mandynians led by Lycomedes. Wasn't Sparta in the southeast of Arcadia? Why did its army appear in the north? It turned out that Sparta had hired many soldiers in northern Greece, Ionia, and Asia Minor with the gold and silver provided by Persia. Persia also provided ships to transport them to Greece. However, they did not land on the coast of Sparta because the Dionysian fleet had blocked the coast. Instead, with the tacit consent of Athens and Corinth, they entered the Serene Bay on the east of the isthmus and docked at the port of Corinth. After the mercenaries had assembled, Archidamus led them to the south. Lycomedes was anxious. Mandynia was located in the northeast of the Arcadia region, which was the only route for the Sparta army. Moreover, as the initiator of the Arcadia Union, Mandynia was a thorn in Sparta's side. Lycomedes shouted in the alliance, "The army that Sparta built with the help of Persia has entered Arcadia without permission. They are not here for peace. They are here to destroy the Arcadia Union, which is seen as a threat by Sparta. They want to enslave Arcadia and fight for the interests of Sparta again. If the Arcadia Union does not form an alliance with Dionia as soon as possible and let the Dionysian army stop the ruthless mercenaries of Sparta, then the newly formed union will soon perish, and all those who support the establishment of the union will become ghosts under the club of Sparta." Lycomedes' words moved the counselors. Then they received news that the Sparta soldiers who invaded Arcadia had destroyed and ravaged the land of Phrios. Finally, the Arcadia Union passed the agreement with a slight advantage. In the early spring of 370 BC, the 24th year of the kingdom of Dionia, the Arcadia Union and Dionia formed an alliance. Then Clotocatax led the 1st, 4th Legio 6, the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade, the 1st Cavalry Legion, and half of the 7th Legion, 3,000 soldiers were stationed in Messenia, with a total of about 32,000 of soldiers to the north and entered Arcadia. At this time, the Sparta mercenaries led by Archidamus were already attacking Mandinia. The Sparta Council of Elders had already learned from the Prospartan faction in the north that the Arcadia Union was going to form an alliance with Dionia. They hated the leader of the alliance, Mandinia. Because the timely arrival of the mercenaries boosted their confidence, they decided to deal a heavy blow to Mandinia, first to intimidate the Arcadia Union and force it to side with Sparta again. The reason why the Sparta people dared to make such a decision was that this army, which cost a lot of money to build, had 8,000 heavy infantry, mainly hired from Miletus, Ephesus, Samos, Chios, Lesbos, Aeolia, and other Greek city-states that belonged to the western coastal area of Persia, for 1,500 Thracian light shield soldiers, mainly hired from the Thracian tribes that were located north of the Kingdom of Macedonia, near the Aegean Sea, and near the Rhodope Mountains, 1,500 cavalrymen, mainly hired from the Kingdom of Macedonia, 1,200 archers and stone throwers from Crete and Rhodes Island, and more than 4,000 light armored soldiers from the various islands of Ionia in the Aegean Sea. In total, there were more than 20,000 soldiers, and at least $10,000 gold coins and countless food were consumed every month. Of course, these were all provided by the people of Persia. This was the first time that Archidamus had led such a large and well-equipped army, and he was confident that he could take down Mandinia in a short time. However, when he led his army into the territory of Mandinia, the people of Mandinia had already hidden in the city, so Archidamus began to attack Mandinia. He originally thought that with his superior forces, he should be able to take down Mandinia quickly, but he did not expect to run into a snag. The former city of Mandinia was destroyed by Sparta with a flood. After the Mandinians returned to their home after many years of exile, they were determined not to let their city fall to the Sparta again, so they made a clever design for the new city. The Mandinians chose a very high place on the bank of the Orpheus River as the place to build the city, and then they dug a new channel nearby, so that the Orpheus River was divided into two upstream of the city, bypassing the new city site and joining downstream. The river, which was originally a huge threat, became a natural moat for the city after such a transformation. They also laid a solid stone foundation for the entire city, and the city walls were all made of bricks. However, the city walls were not completely continuous, because the entire city was divided into 10 independent parts, and each part of the city wall was not connected to the other part. But there were places where the walls overlapped with each other, and these overlapped places had gates, so the new city of Mandinia had 10 gates. For such a unique and irregular city, for the Sparta army, they had to take down the city one by one in order to completely occupy the whole city. On the other hand, the city walls of Mandinia were independent of each other according to the height of the terrain. This prevented the Spartans from fully deploying their superior forces, and the soldiers attacking the city would also suffer long-range attacks from the defending side. Moreover, there was also the Orpheus River as a barrier. Archidamus launched several attacks on Mandinia using the traditional Greek siege method, but not only did he not make any progress, but he also suffered some casualties, forcing him to change the attack to a siege and then send messengers back to Sparta to report the situation. At the same time, Clotocatax had led his army into the southwest of Arcadia region, which was a rare hilly area in the Arcadia region. The Helicon River ran through the entire area from the south to the north. In the mountains in the east of the central part of the area was the main sacred mountain of the Arcadians, Lycaon, and the new central town of the Arcadia Union, Megalopolis, was located between the east bank of the Helicon River and the sacred mountain of Lycaon. Due to the outbreak of the war with Sparta, the construction of the new city of Megalopolis had stopped. The city walls that formed the outline of the city were only half built, and the Temple of Zeus, which was the most important to the Arcadians, had only a dozen pillars erected. Scaffolding and stones could be seen everywhere in the city. Only one building, though simple, had been completed a long time ago, and that was the Council Hall of the Arcadia Union. It was the foundation of the existence of the entire Arcadia Union. The three counselors elected by the people of each city-state lived here for a long time, and according to the rules set by the Arcadia Union, they discussed and decided the diplomatic and military affairs of the Arcadia Union. At this moment, dozens of counselors of the Arcadia Union walked out of the city of Megalopolis and looked south. In the distance, they saw countless Dionia soldiers dressed in excellent armor and weapons, lined up in neat columns. Crossing the pontoon bridge they quickly built on the Halison River. Although the sound of footsteps and armors colliding was quite noisy, and dust was flying everywhere, few people complained loudly. The whole army was like a silent black dragon, swimming forward without stopping. The counselors of the Arcadia Union stood and looked for a while, but they could not see the head of the dragon, nor could they see its tail. They were a little surprised. At this moment, another branch of the long dragon split off and headed straight north. When they were about to reach them, the young general who was riding a tall horse and wearing a golden crown on his head raised his right hand and waved it down. Then, the army behind him instantly stopped advancing, and the soldiers stood in silence. This scene once again shocked the counselors. Lycomedes immediately went down from the high ground and went to greet them, and the other counselors followed closely behind. Clotocatax also dismounted and led Printos, Mucru, and the palace guards to greet them. General Clotocatax, thank you very much for your timely help. Lycomedes solemnly bowed to the Prince of Dionia. Clotocatax quickly held him up and said sincerely, Sir Lycomedes, now that the Arcadia Union and Dionia are allies, this is what we should do. Please rest assured, according to the military law of Dionia, our soldiers will not do anything to destroy the friendship between the people of the two countries on the land of our allies. If there are soldiers who violate the law, they will be severely punished. As soon as this was said, many of the counselors of Arcadia breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, one of the counselors asked loudly, How many soldiers did you send? Printos continued, considering that Arcadia is mountainous and it's not easy to spread out our forces, we only brought more than 30,000 soldiers, and there are still more than 10,000 soldiers stationed in Myrcenia. Printos counted both the Myrcenians and the First Fleet's infantrymen. Most of the counselors sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed, More than 40,000 fully equipped soldiers. They had never seen such a large army in their lives. No wonder the marching army of Dionia was so long that they could not see the end of it. The last time such a large army appeared in Greece was during the Greco-Persian War 100 years ago. The Greek city-states had gathered more than 100,000 soldiers, 2/5 of the heavy infantry, to fight against the Persia in Plataea. The second time was during the Peloponnesus War a few decades ago. It was said that Athens had sent about 30,000 soldiers to attack Syracuse in Sicily, but suffered a crushing defeat in the end. However, these two times had been so long ago that they did not see it with their own eyes. The few counselors had only experienced the recent Battle of Leuctra. The Peloponnesus army, led by Sparta, had more than 10,000 soldiers, and the two sides had a total of about 20,000 soldiers. In their eyes, it was already a large-scale battle.